Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers.
Good morning. Welcome to the June 1st Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'd like to start the morning off by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll turn now to do a quick roll call with my fellow committee members. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Cartmel. Oh, that's right. He'll be joining us a bit later on. And we are joined in chambers from our colleague, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And apologies, we don't know if any of our colleagues are online. Please feel free to say hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Principe. Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Tang, would you like to do the adoption of the agenda for us?
Yes, happy to. I'd like to adopt the agenda for today, June 1st, Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're having some delays with eScribe. Do you mind doing a verbal vote?
Not at all. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
And that's carried. Thank you. Next, we'll do the approval of the minutes. Councillor Tang.
Yes, I'd like to move to approve the minutes from May 2nd, 2023 Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll do a verbal.
Yes for me.
Yes for me.
Yes for me.
And that will be carried. We'll now go to our protocol items. So I am delighted to welcome the grade 5 class from Kamiosek School. That is Mrs. Cranford's class. Hello and welcome. You're in Ward Garahiro, represented by Councillor Karen Tang. Welcome. Oh. Thank you for joining us. Did anyone else have a protocol item? Great. Well, I just wanted to take a quick moment to acknowledge a very bittersweet milestone, which is today being the last Urban Planning Committee meeting of Deputy City Manager Stephanie McCabe. Stephanie has been at the city for 20 years. I had the privilege of working with Stephanie both as a member of her team and now is my key touch point for administration. So you will be missed greatly, but I know how much you're going to continue to do for all Edmontonians and can't wait to see what the future holds in store for you. Thank you. Please say a few words.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson, and I've had the pleasure of serving many councils and many Edmontonians, and I'm really proud of all of the work that we've collectively done in this room. I've never taken it lightly. I always, when I show up here, find that what we do here is really important work, and I'm really proud of the team's work and everything that we've done to make Edmonton a better place for all Edmontonians. So I'm looking forward to my next adventure, but I will continue to be on Team Edmonton and a huge champion for this city. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being the best of what public servants are, focused exclusively on the betterment of our city. And truly, I know that you're going to continue doing great things. Okay. I will go now for a selection of items for debate. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I would like to select item 6.2 and item 7.2.
I can't click on, but I'd like to select 6.1, and I'll select 7.1.
Great, well, those are all of our items, although we will vote on item 5.1. Okay, so I'll move that motion. Oh, 4.1 and 5.1?
4.1 doesn't require a vote.
Okay. So please vote on item 5.1.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That's carried.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson.
sorry.
This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, options to address surface parking lots in city center and the corridors with the revised due date of September 19th, 2023.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go now to request to speak.
I'd like to move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate for 6.1, overview of city hydrogen activities. Mark Lee Wilson from Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub in person here, as well as Brent Lakeman from Edmonton Global Remote.
Great, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I don't see any requests for a specific time on the agenda, so that will bring us to our first item, 6.1, overview of city hydrogen activities.
Good morning, committee. We've got a presentation for you. I'm just going to be joined here by Derek Hansen and by David Hills, who are working on this very important file. So the City of Edmonton has been committed to transitioning to a low-carbon future and making market transformations that will make Edmonton a prosperous and energy-sustainable city while reaching our emissions target. And hydrogen is a big opportunity for us as a city. We've been working collectively with the region, leading on the hydrogen and file and building regional prosperity. We've also been focused on supporting businesses through some of our economic development activity that's been facilitated by Edmonton Global and Business Friendly Edmonton. We're also focused on transportation, looking to create demand for hydrogen and drive investment in the region's hydrogen economy. Some of the city's plans include a hydrogen fueling station, a new transit garage, a transit municipal fleet renewal, and eventually we'll focus on heating for city buildings with hydrogen fuel. Edmonton Region is a hydrogen energy leader nationally and globally, which has been reinforced at Canada's hydrogen convention that happened here in April. The convention attracted more than 8,000 attendees from across the globe and highlighted new hydrogen investments attracted to the Edmonton region, including a $1.4 million strategic grant to help Edmonton Global to continue to promote Alberta as the best place in North America for businesses to grow and succeed. And $1 million in funding from Natural Resources Canada's Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program to support Air Products Refueling Station, the first commercial-scale hydrogen refueling station in Edmonton and the largest refueling station in the world. Also during the convention, it was really exciting. The Edmonton Convention Center became the first major North American exhibition and conference center to be powered by a 20% hydrogen blend. We're looking forward to all of the work ahead of us. We're going to be partnering with the provincial and federal governments to continue to build the infrastructure that will drive the hydrogen economy in the Edmonton region. And we will continue to work with the Government of Alberta and the federal government to make sure that we've got the right regulatory framework to be able to support the hydrogen sector moving forward. So we've got a brief presentation that will expand on some of the topics in the report. We'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have, but one small flag. Our fueling station request for proposals was issued on April 28th, meaning we're in an active procurement process. And should any questions arise about this RFP, we'll do our best to answer them, but we also have to make sure that we adhere to the procurement protocols during this phase. Over to the team.
Hi, good morning. I'm Derek Hansen, Director of Transit Fleet Maintenance. I've been heavily involved in this hydrogen project from the beginning with our hydrogen fuel cell bus that we received last year. Also been the project lead of the Alberta Zero Emission Hydrogen Transit Committee. So our intent this morning is not to walk through the report, but to update you with the information presented to the Canadian Hydrogen Convention recently and to outline our steps forward. And it all starts with a bus. So maybe I'll go to slide 2, please. So I think the biggest question is why hydrogen and why now? And a lot of conversations took place over the last several months in addition to at the Canadian Hydrogen Convention, and the question specifically around chicken and egg. And our approach really in supporting this hydrogen region is that somebody needs to take this on and be the chef and move this forward and really drive the economic investment in the Edmonton region, and it's time to make a move. We know we've got an emerging hydrogen economy, and we believe we're uniquely positioned as a leader in this space. Edmonton is positioned to be a global distributor of hydrogen, and the City of Edmonton is focused on supporting this transition. We offer a test bed with fleet and major facilities, a stable, predictable demand. We know that oil and gas is what Alberta does, and so it's not new to be involved in the energy sector, and we have expertise in the hydrogen sector through our petrochemical sector. And technology has evolved in the transit sector. The fuel cell technology, which is on the bus that we have right now, has come a long way over the past decade. The conversion of the transit fleet offers an opportunity for the city to build out the hydrogen demand and to show the world the success in the Edmonton region. This is not new technology, and people have been running this technology in other countries around the world, so there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We've spoken with a number of agencies down in the US and in California in particular that have a lot of expertise and have a lot of hydrogen buses within their fleet. And this opportunity also allows the potential to meet our program outcomes. Hydrogen technology has the potential to help Edmonton meet its emission reduction targets. The hydrogen fuel cell technology can be used in transit as well as heavy-duty trucking and other sectors to reduce emissions and improve air quality. And the adoption of hydrogen technology in Edmonton can help create a more sustainable and livable city and help meet our city's growth objectives as we approach upwards of 2 million people by 2040, as projections suggest. Move to slide 3, please. So where does this leave us? How do you transition a fleet? Our ultimate goal is energizing buildings with hydrogen, but for now it all starts with a 3-pronged approach focusing on public transit, which includes a hydrogen fueling station, which, as Stephanie mentioned, we now have an RFP in progress, our fleet conversion, and then a new transit garage. So we'll take a bit of a deeper dive into each of these. To the next slide. So the hydrogen fueling station, we believe, is the cornerstone of this transition plan, and the RFP was issued on April 28th and will be open for 2 months. We're looking at a number of factors, including volume. We believe volume dictates the transition speed. And once the supply of fuel is available and clear, a transition plan to match that can be developed. We intend to have both public and private access, so the goal is to build up demand of hydrogen in the region, and it's easy to say yes when we have the access to infrastructure. And the goal, again, is to have guaranteed supply on each side of the fence, both for our transit fleet, then the municipal fleet, as well as public access. So in locating where the fueling station will be, we have the potential for future piped-in hydrogen lines in the southwest of the city, which is why we've identified Centennial Garage. And we're in search of a partner, someone interested in building out the hydrogen economy, someone that's going to help us be a chef and address this chicken and egg conversation within the region. And we know that it could be up to $1 billion program. And where we are now is, in consideration of a lot of the information that we received from the RFI in the fall of last year, and just in the conversations and conventions that we've attended, there is a great deal of attention on this project and what we're doing here in Edmonton. Move to next slide, please. So what are we asking for in the RFP? So the vendors will provide an end-to-end fueling station to build, operate, and maintain, and basically a fueling facility as a service. looking for a reliable source of hydrogen. Suppliers may vary, but we want the quantity and volume to be constant, and the ability to give us the opportunity to expand. So we want to demonstrate how the station can expand and evolve over time to meet the changing needs of the hydrogen bus fleet and the private sector heavy-duty vehicles, and this provides a stable and predictable market to drive decision-making. Next slide. So as you can see, our fleet is positioned and poised for a transition. We have a number of vehicles that will be coming at end of life in the next 4 to 6 years. This allows us, if we move towards hydrogen vehicles, we'd be looking at a demand of 20 tons of hydrogen a day, which is a significant demand. And when you combine that with the emerging private sector demands, for example, transportation, we can implement that into our energy systems and decarbonization of our activities. More importantly, it offers a predictable path and base level of demand for investment decisions. Next slide. So this slide represents our conversion or transition path at the facility level, and obviously the new transit garage, which we're calling a diesel-electric hydrogen garage, is poised for next budget cycle, but eventually we will have a fully operational hydrogen-electric facility to support this fleet. Next slide. So imagine the impact this transition will have on the city and other cities with fleets of 500, 900, or 2,000 buses that are running off of a fuel where the only emission is water. But time is of the essence, and this transformation is underway globally, so we need to build the market locally to capitalize on this opportunity. Growth and sequencing, future stations, ultimately a Western Canadian network, future-proofing ourselves, and the importance of access to hydrogen fueling on-site allows us to transition from a tank to piped hydrogen. Piped access to hydrogen is the key infrastructure that allows heating and powering of our city in a decarbonized future. With the rising electricity rates, fuel costs, and global conflict, there's an unprecedented demand from European markets that is only going to grow. This offers an incredible transformation opportunity with job creation, livability, and what it means for our overall city, province, and country. And this is the largest game changer we believe that we will probably see in our lifetime. And it's all starting with a bus. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll go now to our speakers. I'll start with Mark Lee Wilson. I think you're joining us here in person. Welcome. The clerks will show you down. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. The flashing lights will go green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and then red when your 5 minutes is up. And the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. I believe I had a presentation as well, if that could be pulled up. So the presentation I have, so thanks councillors for the opportunity to present. There's a lot of information in it. I won't go through all of it. My intention was to leave it behind so that you could digest some of the numbers as we go. So my name is Mark Lee Wilson. I am the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub lead, and I'm with the Transition Accelerator, which is one of the partner organizations in the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub. The hub is an alliance of organizations, including the City of Edmonton and the surrounding 4 municipalities that are also part of the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. The other organizations that are partners in the hub are Edmonton Global, who you will hear from, I believe, right after me, Alberta Industrial Heartland, as well as Enoch Cree First Nations and Alexander First Nations. And we also have participation from the provincial and federal government. So we span a very broad swath of interested stakeholders. So that's me. Yeah, next slide, please. So just to further frame, and I'll try not to overlap with Derek's presentation, but to further frame why we're talking about hydrogen and just the understanding that it's more than just Edmonton. The world is looking at hydrogen as a solution, and the scale of the opportunity, I guess, is of the same order of magnitude economically as oil is right now for us. And just to give you more of a sense, so this slide is how many countries have hydrogen strategies in place. which we have a hydrogen strategy as Canada. We also have a hydrogen roadmap in Alberta. 90% of the global GDP is covered by net zero emissions targets, and hydrogen is a very key component of achieving net zero emission targets. So next slide, please. So for Alberta, what does that actually mean? So again, there's lots of numbers here, but bottom line highlighted is it's about a $10 billion per year domestic market, and the potential markets are transportation, building, heat, but also electricity generation. Electricity generation is a particular challenge in Alberta with our grid being mostly fired by natural gas at the moment, and we don't have the access to renewables that like hydroelectricity that other parts of Canada do. So next slide, please. So one of the things that we've done is tried to quantify it for the Edmonton region, and I know there's a lot going on this slide, but we have mapped out the assets of the region. Transit buses are a very important part of it. There's also municipal fleets. There's also a number of commercial private fleets. We've also mapped out potential pipeline corridors. As Derek mentioned, moving hydrogen in a pipeline is by far the most economic way to do it. And for the region, it means many hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity and many billions of dollars of investment activity. Next slide, please. And then as far as where does Edmonton fit within a Canadian context, we see Edmonton as nested within a Western Canadian vehicle corridor, but a very, very key component, because within this corridor, Edmonton is the only place that has all of these unique competitive advantages: workforce, natural resources, local demand, etc., mostly coming out of our industrial heartland. Next slide, please. So what have we learned so far? So creating demand is the issue. So the bus project is a very important component of signaling the demand and creating the demand. The technology generally does exist. So buses are commercially available. Fueling station technology is commercially available. Producing hydrogen is being done right now at scale already. What's really needed is configuring new configurations of this value chain because it doesn't exist right now. So projects like the bus project are important to get this value chain off the ground. And scale is a very important part of making it economically viable. So we've also learned that it is unlikely for a new value chain to emerge on its own without taking an active role. So there is a role for municipal, federal, and provincial governments, and to take this strategic, systemic approach. And the bus project, again, is a really good example of that, how it could lead to getting hydrogen pipelines in place and using hydrogen for decarbonizing buildings. Next slide, please. So what's needed? So right now, the current hub mandate expires at the end of this year. So we're working on reshaping the hub and recapitalizing it and coming up with a 3-year strategic plan going forward. But the province is also very, very key, and the relationship between the municipalities and the province, but also the federal government, the relationship between the province and the federal government, because a hub on its own, a hub needs spokes, so to speak. So Edmonton can't and shouldn't be a standalone hydrogen industry, although we have close to critical mass to be able to do it. Nesting within a broader national framework and a broader provincial framework will be really important. So there is a role for municipalities to take leadership and bring these stakeholders together. And I would encourage Edmonton is in such a key strategic position to do it, to continue to take that leadership role. So the next slides.
I'm so sorry, you're at your 5 minutes,
That's
but
fine.
we can certainly ask if you wanted to expand on your comments when we get around to questions of our speakers. But I'll go now to, protocol, yes. I'm delighted to welcome the grade 6 class from Kamiosek, Mr. Henderson's class. Hello, welcome. Your ward is in Ward Galahiro, so again, represented by Councillor Karen Tang. Welcome. Thank you. I'll go now to Brent Lakeman, who is joining us online.
Okay, I think I'm on now. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present as well on the hydrogen opportunity. Happy to sort of follow Mark's presentation. We work very closely together, Edmonton Global and the Transition Accelerator and other Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub partners. Speaking on behalf, I guess, for Malcolm Bruce today, our CEO, who couldn't be here as he is in Calgary today. So I guess I just want to really zoom in fairly quickly into a couple areas that Mark highlighted that may have relevance for the Urban Planning Committee, particularly as we grow out the hydrogen opportunity, and also look at some of the economic opportunities around hydrogen. That's really core to our mandate around economic development and investment attraction. So maybe we'll just go to slide 4 if possible. This is just some background information. I think Mark's covered a lot of that off. Just a reminder on the economic opportunity, very similar numbers to what Mark presented. This is more of that macro sense of what we see in the Canadian hydrogen strategy for jobs, 350,000 jobs across Canada associated with this opportunity. For Canada, very significant given our geography, our industries, and so on. So, we really think Edmonton as the main provider of hydrogen today to Canada. Just a reminder, 2/3 of Canada's hydrogen comes from Alberta, and within Alberta, about 2/3 is generated in the Edmonton region, in the industrial heartland region, but also the city of Edmonton proper, or along Refinery Row, I should actually say, in Strathcona Industrial Park. So, we have all the inputs here, the low-cost feedstocks, the energy sector that can support it, our clean technology industries as well. So it is a huge opportunity for us. Maybe just to the next slide, please, and this is also a reminder that there's, opportunities across, I think it should be slide 5, if I'm not mistaken. Just one before that. Yeah, there we go. So just again, our footprint for Edmonton Global is the Edmonton Metropolitan Region, the 14 municipalities. When we look at the opportunity, we see across the entire value chain, certainly on the production side in the heartland in Edmonton, where Air Products will be located, but also all the way out to Parkland County, all the way down to Leduc, where we have fabrication capabilities, parts of the ecosystem that will be required in the future hydrogen economy. So really trying to show the relevance across the entire region as we capitalize on hydrogen. The airport, for example, as well, with some exciting initiatives taking place at the Edmonton International Airport. Maybe just to the 2 slides up now in slide 7. Just a reminder as well, of course, we've got the Air Products announcement. I think most of City Council is very familiar with Air Products by now, and the $1.6 billion investment in the, choosing Edmonton as that location for their world's first net zero hydrogen complex. So that project is getting tremendous excitement all around the world. When I hear Air Products make presentations in other jurisdictions, in the Middle East or in Europe, they will highlight Edmonton as the location for their first net zero complex. And now, of course, with the hydrogen refueling station that they're going to be constructing just adjacent to that facility, and recognizing the strong provincial and federal support for those initiatives, and obviously with the City of Edmonton support too. I'm just going to move to maybe slide 10, please. And Mark mentioned a bit on some of the pilot projects taking place. We've heard from the City of Edmonton on the bus pilot as well. And again, we like to think of this region as the home for pilot projects, some world-leading pilot projects. The bus demonstrations, CP Rail with testing hydrogen fuel cell rail at Edmonton and in Calgary, the heat and power blending project. So people are really watching this, but the idea isn't just to do a pilot project for the sake of a pilot project. It's to lead to scaling growth. So if we kind of move to the next slide, which is really as we advance from these initial projects on things like the bus demonstrations, the Alberta Motor Transport Association Hydrogen Roadshow for the big trucks. The idea is we can really start to catalyze demand by working closely together. And that's really the key. Is we've got pilot projects with the airport. We've got pilot projects with the city. We've got the AMTA. We have other players coming in looking at hydrogen, including hydrogen diesel retrofit technologies on things like commercial buses. So how do we put a bit of a framework around that and allow all the organizations to benefit from learnings around these pilot projects? So that's what we're calling the 5,000 Hydrogen Vehicle Challenge that was rolled out at the Hydrogen Convention in April, and that's receiving tremendous support, from our local players, but also from international players. Part of the idea is if we're going to get more of these vehicles into the market, we've got to show the world that we're not just, going to be demanding 5 or 10 buses over a couple of years, but longer term, we're talking in the hundreds, in the thousands. So it's really about growing our initial projects from the small handful of double-digit commitments to triple-digit commitments to, the thousands of vehicles over about a 5-year time frame. So, we think it's quite achievable actually when we start to look at technologies that are coming out of this region, like hydrogen diesel retrofit technologies. That's probably going to be the initial focus until some of the costs for these more expensive fuel cell technologies come down over the next 5 years. So I think we're well positioned around that and beginning to catalyze, all parts of that hydrogen transportation value chain around it. So you hear more about the hydrogen 5,000 Hydrogen Vehicle Challenge shortly. I think the City of Edmonton's, engagement in this initiative is critical, looking at the vehicles, but also other municipalities in the Edmonton region also looking at their own vehicles. And maybe just lastly, the next slide is just to highlight, from the planning perspective, I think it's all referenced in the report that was provided, not just in transportation, but also looking at applications in blending in communities as well as 100% hydrogen communities. So really important work coming up around the Hydrogen Hub and our partner organizations that we're looking forward to. So that's all I wanted to cover.
That's great. Thank you so much. We'll go now to questions from committee members. Anyone to sign up? Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much to both Mark and Brent for coming out to speak on this. Maybe I'll start with a kind of, thinking about those who might be listening, who might not be familiar with hydrogen as a fuel. Traditionally there has been labeling, the color labeling to say, oh, some sources are cleaner, some are not, but I think we really moved away from those kinds of labeling and categorizing of hydrogen. I guess I'm just wondering if you can speak to, maybe Mark, if you can speak a little bit to that as maybe debunk some of the myth around hydrogen as a fuel source, just a starting point.
Sure, thanks Councillor Tang. So there are multiple ways to produce hydrogen, and sometimes those different production methods get labeled with colors. And depending on how the production method is engineered and constructed, the carbon intensity of the hydrogen itself is the same at the end of what goes into the bus, into the tank. It's not dirtier or cleaner, it's the production method that produces emissions. So different production methods can produce different levels of emissions, but if they're managed properly and engineered properly and put carbon intensity thresholds around them, all of the production methods can provide similar levels of carbon intensity. And I'll just give you 2 quick examples. The main ones are hydrogen from natural gas and hydrogen from water. So when you produce hydrogen from water, you add electricity. If that electricity is not clean, like our electricity grid, for example, our electricity is produced from burning natural gas. So you're burning natural gas, adding electricity to water to generate hydrogen. That's a very carbon intensive method of producing hydrogen in Alberta. You would have to make it clean hydrogen, low carbon intensity hydrogen, you would have to produce it from renewables, solar, wind, etc. The other method, producing from natural gas, if you just, it's called reforming natural gas. If you just reform the natural gas and allow the carbon dioxide byproduct to go to the atmosphere, that's also a carbon intense method. But if you capture that CO2 and sequester it, that could be a low carbon intensity hydrogen. And in the Edmonton region, we have carbon capture, sequestration technology projects and infrastructure. We have the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line, and we have Shell Quest Line, and there's a number of carbon capture and sequestration hubs in the Edmonton region. So that's a promising low carbon hydrogen pathway for us.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to start there because I know there's a lot of excitement about hydrogen, but I also think there's some common misperception perhaps that might be helpful to build a better understanding with the public as well. So thank you for clarifying that. I think what's happening in Edmonton is really exciting, and I'm wondering. I have a few questions actually. You mentioned Enoch First Nation being part of the hub, as well as Provincial and Edmonton Global and the regional municipalities. I'm wondering, well, how does the hub, the hydrogen hub, see as an opportunity for economic reconciliation? Or how do you see the hydrogen economy as an opportunity for economic reconciliation?
Yeah, great question. So that we thought of that at the very beginning of the hub and invited our Indigenous partners to the table. So with this new energy system and a new value chain being built, there's economic opportunities along that value chain, whether it's in the construction of the hydrogen facilities, in the construction of the pipelines, fueling stations, supply, all of the sort of standard industrial components of an energy system. We're creating those new for the most part, so there's opportunities for our Indigenous partners to participate. I know, for example, Alexander First Nations, they have Alexander Business Corporation. They're very actively involved in the supply of energy equipment and are very interested in participating.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And Brent online, I'm wondering, one thing that blew me away at the hydrogen conference was the presence of international interest, and I'm wondering if you can speak to that a little bit in terms of why are we so uniquely positioned globally, not just in Canada but globally.
Yeah, no, I think there's lots of reasons for that. I think the one often comes in, I think Mark mentioned as well, we got a real comprehensive, hydrogen system in this region, not just being able to produce it, but, actually producing it with that carbon capture and storage expertise. So there's a tremendous global interest in learning from what's been happening in Alberta, particularly projects around Edmonton on carbon capture and storage. So I would say that's one reason.
You can hold your other reasons when I come back for a second round because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
It's very easy to chair this committee. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, my questions are for Mr. Lee Wilson as well. I just am looking at your presentation on the what's needed slide, and I just wanted to, it says current mandate expires in 2023. So are you working on that new mandate? Because it also talks about kind of recapitalizing, reshaping. Like, is that in the works now?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. And maybe if Brent is allowed to speak to this as well.
Oh, for sure,
but
absolutely.
We are in active dialogue within the hub organizations on what recapitalizing looks like. One of the things that we have discovered, we operated on I would say, a very shoestring budget of about $500,000 per year, and we had we did a lot of discovery and research in the early days. So in order to activate and start to implement the hydrogen economy now, we're trying to figure out ways to be sort of bigger, bolder, and I guess developing projects on the ground now. Projects like we need to start launching more projects like the bus project, and a lot of that comes down to building the business case for it, convening stakeholders that are capable of investing in these business cases. So we're at the point where we're developing a 3-year strategic plan, and then we're figuring out what the resources are required to execute that plan, and then we'll go to figuring out a funding structure to execute that.
Okay, because at the bottom of that same slide, you say there's 2 questions. Whose responsibility is it? What is the role of the municipalities? So I will throw those questions to you.
So that's a great question. So I'll speak to the origination of the hub was through the Transition Accelerator and the leadership of Mayor Iveson at the time and Mayor Natchez of Sturgeon County, looking at the opportunity that was uncovered through some of the research that the Transition Accelerator did. They then they recognized the opportunity and pushed through a funding regime sort of at the 11th hour of a budgeting cycle of the Alberta Industrial Heartland. So it really started with municipal leadership, and I think it should continue with municipal leadership because municipalities are very uniquely positioned. They're closest to the people, they're closest to local businesses, they're sort of politically neutral and can act as that mediator between the province and the feds, the federal government. But also we need to bring industry into the fold as well. I think there is a strong role for municipalities, and I would encourage Edmonton in particular is very uniquely positioned to take a leadership role, and but it does have to be regional as well. Like Strathcona County is very important. They have a lot of opportunities that can dovetail in with Edmonton, as well as all the surrounding municipalities.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question that's maybe a bit naive, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So who holds the responsibility of the current, like, kind of contract mandate? Is it Alberta Industrial Heartland, or is it Edmonton Global, or is it another body that I'm not mentioning? Like,
So
who
it's-
is the kind of holder of this right now that you would be?
Yes, good question. So right now the Transition Accelerator was funded by the Alberta Industrial Heartland, and we leveraged that funding to get provincial funding from Emissions Reduction Alberta and Western Economic Development at the time, but now it's now Prairies Canada. So those are the contractual obligations. The other partner organizations, Edmonton Global, Alberta Industrial Heartland, et cetera, aren't actually contractually obliged to develop this hydrogen economy. The Transition Accelerator is the one with the contracts right now.
Okay, and then I liked your other point here about, hubs need spokes and connectivity to other regions. So the province is key. So I hear you saying, like, wanting municipalities to have sort of a leading role. But, now we have a little bit more certainty over the next 4 years about what our provincial political context is going to look like. In the last sort of 30 seconds, any thoughts on that and how we can leverage that?
So I think just bringing people to the table to discuss how to develop a hydrogen economy, where the leading way to do that, I think right now, is standing up corridors. So an Edmonton to Calgary transportation corridor, and Edmonton can sit at that table and lead the conversations, but the province and Calgary should be there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll run a few questions now as well. Really appreciate the conversation around sort of blue versus green hydrogen. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity. So I think the overall approach of the hydrogen hub in terms of building the demand at the local level makes a ton of sense. I'm just wondering if there's also that opportunity with solar investment. So if there are solar companies that have a guaranteed client for producing green hydrogen, have those conversations been happening at all?
Yes and no, I would say. There's some challenges with time of use with solar and time of production of hydrogen, but what solar and the electrolysis route of producing hydrogen, the real advantage of it is you could do it at a small scale. It is a higher cost method though because of that. You can't, if you're at scale, the delivered cost of hydrogen is very difficult to compete with that method versus natural gas hydrogen, but you can build out the production faster.
Well, and that was going to be my other question, just in terms of that overall cost analysis. So when we're looking at that unit cost, again, it seems like there's advantages of decentralization just from a resiliency perspective. So is it still cheaper, even accounting for the capital and operating costs of those pipelines, to have the centralized production?
Yes, very much. Like orders of magnitude, yeah.
Interesting.
It's very similar to natural gas in that it's orders of magnitude less expensive to transport a gas than it is to transport electricity over high voltage lines.
But it wouldn't be transmitting the electricity, right? If the solar and the hydrolysis production facility were co-located, and then you'd just be transporting the hydrogen.
Right. So centralized production with pipelines versus decentralized electrolyzer production. Again, the high cost pathway of electrolysis and solar is about double or more what it would be for a centralized production from natural gas. And the reason behind it is physics, is you're producing hydrogen from natural gas. The natural gas has energy built into it that you're using, whereas from water electrolysis, you have to add all of that energy,
Right.
which makes it expensive. Most of the cost of electrolysis derived hydrogen is from the operating cost, the cost of the power, and a good portion of the cost of a central natural gas is from the capital cost, which you
Okay.
can amortize over years.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. I think maybe just to Brent, just a little bit more about some of the demonstration projects happening. So what I've heard, very excited about what's happening with our bus fleet. Wondering about waste machinery, so heavy duty machinery, particularly waste collection vehicles. It seems like that's lagging a little bit behind, and I'm just worried about our timelines in terms of some of the capital investment we're making in that equipment. So just wondering what you're seeing, if some of those technologies are emerging, or what the likelihood of them being feasible in the next year or two might be for a demonstration project.
Sure. I mean, and I know we've seen some of those types of technologies in other markets in the world. We've been to Europe a couple times over the last year and a half or so. So they're exploring some, let's say, a fuel cell waste vehicle. I think there were some key questions though around the vintage of your existing fleet, which technology is most suitable. So I know Mark and the Transition Accelerator and our municipalities are sort of all looking at the vehicles that we have, certainly the City of Edmonton, but other municipalities like Sturgeon County, Strathcona County, all pulling into that as well. So we may be able to identify there's some unique opportunities where maybe a conversion technology could make a lot of sense for a refuse truck or a snow collection truck. You also have to look at the risk factors around each vehicle. I mean, if you want to have a fire truck convert immediately to hydrogen, maybe not. But other ones maybe would be low risk. So we are looking at that. That's all in scope for the 5,000 hydrogen vehicle challenge. So we can really show continued municipal leadership around vehicle commitments.
And the hydrogen diesel retrofit, is that still zero emissions, or is that?
It wouldn't be zero emissions, but I think the idea is it really gets us on the pathway towards that infrastructure we need. So you can convert vehicles for, let's say, approximately $50,000 to $70,000 versus a price premium of $300,000 to $400,000 for a fuel cell vehicle, which may not even be on the market yet. So it allows you to get an early start. If you maybe don't have some of the significant air quality concerns, you won't necessarily. The negatives around burning some additional diesel, you'll still be reducing overall emissions. So I think it does represent an important transitional pathway.
Great. Thank you so much. Go now to Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm just wondering, Mark, on slide number 4 in your presentation, you've indicated some new and repurposed pipelines, and they go along the east leg of the Henday. Are those already repurposed or the new ones constructed, or that's sort of what we're looking for in the future?
Yeah, so that's proposed and what we'll be looking for in the future.
Okay. And I'm just wondering about the environmental impact on potential leaks. We hear about oil spills and leaks in the pipelines and that. What would be the potential environmental impact here?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So hydrogen is a gas. And when it leaks, it's not a direct greenhouse gas. It doesn't have a greenhouse gas effect like carbon dioxide does or like methane does. And it actually creates a very fast microbial reaction in the soil that absorbs the hydrogen. But indirectly, it consumes oxygen radicals in the atmosphere, which is the primary component that converts methane away from being a greenhouse gas. So indirectly, it is possible to impact greenhouse gas or impact global warming. But pipelines generally don't leak or spill, especially gas pipelines. Yeah, sorry, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm also wondering about, again, the environmental impact. What happens with that sequestered carbon, that byproduct of?
So it would get sequestered downhole, in the geological formation. We have in Western Canada here a very unique, it's like the Western Canadian sediment basin. The natural gas and oil that has been underground for years and years and years, we can use that to inject the carbon dioxide. And what happens to it under pressure, when it goes downhole, it gets pressurized and then it liquefies from the pressure. And then eventually it actually solidifies downhole. It kind of binds to the rocks.
Okay. I'm just concerned, and is there any multi-purpose use for that in the future?
No, and then it would just stay down there. We have hundreds and hundreds of years of sequestration volume. So the carbon dioxide would just be sent down and permanently sequestered.
Okay. Okay, and then I was also, I think you did talk about sort of the leadership in that and from the province. I guess what is the hydrogen hub, I guess, doing or planning to do now with the new provincial government as far as advocacy and
So with the provincial government, we do have administration on the hub committee. So one of our governance structures is we have a management team that meets regularly every 2 weeks, and the province is on that. So we work directly with Alberta Energy, but we will obviously be trying to engage with the Premier and with the ministers once they are announced. We had fairly regular engagements with Minister Nally when he was Associate Natural Gas Minister, for example. So we'll be doing the same going forward.
Awesome. And as this ramps up, the price of personal hydrogen-fueled vehicles will also come down?
So that's the projection. I mean, one of the issues with hydrogen vehicles, as we know from the bus project, is that they're more expensive. The key advantage is that we can produce hydrogen at half the cost of wholesale diesel. So there is, if we do this right, I want to say, there is an economic case that we could have a lower cost energy system in the future, notwithstanding that upfront capital cost. But with the scale up of vehicles, there's a lot of projections out there from International Energy Agency and other vehicle consortiums that the price of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles will drop dramatically.
Okay. And what about as far as cost to the consumer to fill up? Is that comparable to others?
Yeah, so like I said, if we build out this value chain at scale, it would be less expensive than gas or diesel, for example, or it could be less expensive than gas or diesel.
For the consumer?
For the consumer, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, just to maybe, Brent, if you want to share some other thoughts about sort of the international appeal for Edmonton region for this economy. And I think, I heard Mark also talk about our pretty unique geology here. And then you mentioned earlier some of the technology being developed here, like the carbon capture.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm really happy to speak a bit more to that because, one message I want to give it, there is a bit of a global race going on around, the hydrogen economy. It's not a silver bullet solution, but it's going to be very important. So, you see the United States putting significant amounts of incentive dollars in place to incentivize low cost hydrogen production and that entire value chain. So, I think 4 years ago when we were first talking about the hydrogen hub in Edmonton and the industrial heartland, we were definitely in a leadership position. And, we've had influence on provincial and Canadian strategies, but everyone's catching up very quickly. There's hydrogen hubs being established around the world. They have very different business models in some cases. Some are industry-led, some are still, more ecosystem-led. So I think we have to learn from those as well and be able to compete with these other hubs as they try and get these OEMs, for example, to bring the trucks and bring the buses into market. So, we need to be competitive to show this is an attractive market because there are significant advantages of having them here, as Mark mentioned, as well as some of the downstream impacts, I would say, around our supply chain and being able to, have play a larger role. Is if we can actually get buses, into this market, we may have a role in some of the fabrication, the assembly of buses, and those jobs that go with that. So it is competitive. I think we've got a great starting point. Again, carbon capture and storage, the fact that we were Canada's first hub, that's what's bringing organizations here. Canada's got a great track record in hydrogen. You think of Ballard Fuel Cell, there's a whole, fuel cell ecosystem in Vancouver in particular. I'll be there next week at the Fuel Cell Conference. So, I think that's our starting point, but we really have to build on it because it's very competitive right now and others are catching up to where we've been over the past several years.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then just the last one, I was wondering if you can remind me, we just had the election, and when Edmonton Global reviewed the platforms, did you make note of how much weight did the current UCP government platform have for hydrogen economy or, this type of transition, economic diversification?
Yeah, I think it was referenced. I wouldn't say there was a huge emphasis on it. I think it is recognized as one of those technologies that we can bring to the table. It is a good fit with our existing energy ecosystem. So I think there is strong support for hydrogen rolling out. I think the devil's in the details around the very specific applications. And where do we want to start? Attracting industry here is carbon capture and storage, most definitely. And then we get into other parts of building demand, and that's probably where a little more analysis may be required.
Great, thank you very much. That's all for me. Thank you all for coming out and speaking.
Great. Maybe just as a last opportunity for our two speakers, just anything more that City Council can be doing to support this work. I'll start with Mark. If you had any thoughts?
Oh, I don't have a canned response for that. I think just generally keeping the conversation going, both within, amongst your peers at council, with the mayor and with other municipalities, and also at the start to get into the provincial level and provincial relationships. Just one comment to Councillor Tang's note about the different party platforms. When we had the Hydrogen Summit here earlier this year, we had both parties, and NDP and the UCP, on the stage endorsing hydrogen and saying that hydrogen will be a part of both of their futures. So I think it didn't become a political issue because there's alignment on it, and there's rare alignment at the municipal, federal, and provincial level. So just continuing that conversation and looking for ways to support the initiatives.
Great, thank you. Yeah, great opportunity to build on that alignment. Brent, anything that you wanted to add to that?
I think my only comment would be, we've got, some really incredible opportunities in this region that span the whole hydrogen value chain. So sometimes we jump in and we focus on the production side, but I think it's important to kind of talk about, we've got opportunities in use across a range of use application areas. We have a workforce that's, stands to prosper from the hydrogen economy. We've done some very preliminary modeling. We're waiting for some of the data to still come in, but, it can actually show a net increase in jobs in this region, between now and 2050, when you look at, possibly some shifts in energy, but, that hydrogen economy being able to make up the gap. So, I think part of that messaging is around, this opportunities that really cut across, the entire region, across a range of sectors.
Great, thank you so much. And with that, I think I don't see any other questions for our speakers. So thank you both so much for being with us here today. We really appreciate your insights they were able to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go now to questions of our administration.
Did you see that Tim joined too?
I did. And welcome, Councillor Cartmel. Hello. That's okay, Councillor Tang.
Sorry, should we wait for one round of questions before I put the motion on, or can I do that off the bat?
Go for it.
I don't know. I'm looking, okay. It's up to me, okay. Well, maybe just to kick this off, I'll go ahead and put the motion to receive this report for for information. Thank you. I think I know when this first came at the beginning of May, we just wrapped up really exciting week of hydrogen conference, and I was part of that, and I saw lots of really great opportunities, and I learned a lot. I actually feel like today was a bit of a physics 101 in chamber here. I think a few people talked about the air product fueling station, and I was wondering if administration can comment a little bit around this convergence of these kinds of infrastructure projects between private and public sector, and what does that mean for this work?
Councillor Tang, the Air Products facility is actually aimed at mainly private use. Our facility is aimed primarily at our fleet use and our fleet needs. If there's excess capacity, we can actually provide that to the public side as well. The whole objective of this exercise is creating that aggregate demand. So, as a municipality, we're a predictable commodity. We know how much fuel we're going to need. We can predict that. We pay our bills. It's all a good thing. So, Air Products, addresses a different need in the market, and they are complementary needs.
They're complementary, but I guess my point is, as they complement each other, they help to enable that demand. And I think earlier it was mentioned that to help kind of bring down the pricing.
Correct. There's
Collectively.
definitely economies of scale in the production of the fuel, and definitely creating that aggregate demand. And we've talked about in the report as well of the transportation sector is actually the low-hanging fruit, if you like. It's the easier way to do it. The big prize is actually getting sufficient demand that you can start powering buildings.
Yeah.
But even the quantity of greenhouse gases and carbon that can be captured through the transportation process, a typical bus over its lifespan will generate about 3,500 tons of carbon. We have about 1,000 buses in our fleet in a 15-year lifespan, so that's very significant.
Yeah, totally. And earlier, I think when Councillor Stevenson was asking about the waste, Derek, you wanted to pipe in. Do you want to just add anything to the city fleet extending beyond transit?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang. So just wanted to mention, in addition to what you heard from Mark and Brent, is we're actually engaging with a local vendor within the Edmonton region and exploring dual fuel technology, which will take place, a pilot starting this year on both 2 of our buses within the bus fleet and then 2 vehicles in waste. And so this is in flight, in progress, and we're looking at it as an interim step until we bring in, hydrogen fuel cell technology.
That's great to hear. Wondering if Stephanie, you can comment a little bit about kind of the opportunity here for greenfield development, and there are projects in the region where there's conversion of the pipeline to transport hydrogen as a fuel. And I remember a while ago, having this conversation about Blatchford, and such a district energy system would be very difficult in like a greenfield setting. But I'm wondering if kind of for that, transition, how does the hydrogen come fit into some of these residential developments?
Hydrogen is absolutely going to be a part of our long-term energy goals, and hydrogen blending in new neighborhoods is being tested now in the region, and so we're closely watching that. And I know the development industry is closely watching that as well as an opportunity for Edmonton and some of our future development as well.
And do we have any projects or pilot projects going on in that space?
Not specifically in the city of Edmonton, but in Fort Saskatchewan there is a pilot project. I'm sure the team could add more.
Feel free.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Fort Saskatchewan project, ATCO's looking at introducing into a specific part of the community, putting hydrogen into the natural gas stream. Anecdotally, you can put about 20% of hydrogen into the natural gas stream before you have to upgrade the appliances at the end, so your furnaces, your water heaters, and things like that. They're very, very optimistic about that, and this has been done internationally.
Cool.
There are people looking at potential of 100% hydrogen-fueled communities. Now, that's a different thing, and there's some regulatory challenges to that are in the process of getting resolved, but it'll take some time.
Sounds like many fronts. Thank you.
Great. I just very excited about this work. I love that we're exploring so many different options. The report referenced the zero emissions bus transformation business case framework. Just wanted to confirm that there's alignment between that framework and our current budget envelopes for our fleet replacement, or do we need to look at some adjustments to help meet the framework?
We're going to need support from an infrastructure perspective, but we're also, knowing that we're going to need to access funding for fleet replacement as well. So as part of that and driving up that demand, that's another reason why we're looking at dual fuel technology as being this interim step, because it's much more feasible from an economic perspective to address our fleet needs right now. But going forward, in order for fleet replacement and an infrastructure side, we're certainly going to need to evaluate the funding requirements to support that.
Okay, because, yeah, my memory was that we had committed some budget to bus fleet replacement moving forward. And so this framework helps to clarify, again, sort of that sequencing of which vehicles we're purchasing when.
It does, but if you go back to the slide in terms of our, the number of vehicles that are going to require replacement over the next 5 years, there is a delta between what our fleet needs are and what we have funding for in terms of replacement going forward.
And at this point, we haven't gone so far as to say that we're not going to purchase any more non-emissions neutral fleet. So we may still be purchasing fleet in this budget cycle that is emissions producing, but we're looking to address that potentially through the mixed fuel approach, dual fuel approach.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we've got a plan for fleet replacement over the next 4 years, which includes diesel buses. The projections with the dual fuel technology is that we may be able to reduce emissions and diesel consumption with that technology between 50 and 80%, which is certainly really promising and gives us that kind of path forward to not only drive up demands, but reduce our emission producing.
Great. And then maybe just going back to the conversation we had around, blue and green hydrogen. Just wondering, in terms of the lever that we have with our RFP, are we putting a carbon intensity threshold on that RFP?
We don't have a carbon intensity threshold. We actually have the ability to specify what our needs are and our expectations would be that once it's available, we would be looking at the lowest carbon form possible.
I gotcha. So that's a piece of information that people have to require, and then
that's built right into the RFP.
Great. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity, again, not only to be creating that demand for hydrogen, but the specific carbon intensity of that demand as well. Great. Well, I'm not seeing any further names on the list. We do have the motion on the floor. Did anyone wish to? Well, I'll do a last call for questions. And then did anyone wish to speak to this? Not seeing. Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I just want to, thank many of the partners who spoke and many who are not here. Also, city administration for this opportunity to demonstrate the city's leadership in this space. I think I recently ran to Derek presenting about the hydrogen bus initiative in Toronto, and I think that's such a good reminder of the kind of, leadership and the representation that we're having in this space on national but international stage. The hydrogen conference with 8,000 delegates, a while back was also extremely impressive, and we're doing a lot of, work in this space for energy transition that I'm not seeing anywhere else to this scale and to this, diversity of opportunity that, as we've heard today. The reason why that's important is because we help to further stimulate the economy. And what I heard from attending the conference, from talking to different partners, is that that's the kind of signal that the private sector really needs from government to help support, as we go through this energy transition. A couple things that I thought was really, worth noting from the speakers today was, one, the alignment between different parties. This is a nonpartisan issue, and this alignment between various levels of government. That's rare, and I think we need to really capitalize on that, and as a rallying point to bring different players together. And then the other thing I heard was, things are really heating up in the space, that we are no longer in the same kind of leadership position as we were maybe a few years ago. And so I just encourage, I think we have always had very strong regional relationships with our Indigenous partners, and what a great opportunity when it comes to economic reconciliation. And I think all these elements, while positioned as well in this place to complement between private and public and various governments. And I just encourage administration to continue this work, continue testing, piloting, taking that risk. and working with others to stay ahead of the curve. So thank you so much for all your work. I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. You said it all, so thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So that concludes our first item of the day, 6.1. Thank you all again for the presentation. We'll move now to item 6.2, tree management for the William Harlock Park Rehabilitation Project. So we had previously started this item at the May 2nd Urban Planning Committee meeting. We had heard from a number of public speakers, concluded our questions of those speakers, and had begun questions of administration. So we will pick up where we left off, and I'll just give our teams a moment to make their way down. Great, thank you all. Councillor Rutherford, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this report. I guess I want to start with, reading the report, there's a lot of requirements that were met, but one of the things that I'm struggling to understand is, because this is in the River Valley, but it was categorized as a renewal project, not a growth project, there was certain thresholds that didn't have to be met. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct? So what I mean by that is the River Valley policy talks about the need to prove necessity of new growth, but this was categorized. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah,
for me
certainly.
To help get that picture?
Yeah, certainly. With existing infrastructure, there's still a necessity to identify that it's required. It does sort of detail that in the environmental impact assessment, but there's certainly a different approach when it comes to caring of existing infrastructure that falls within the River Valley bylaw boundary than there is if it's a new project. And certainly that's what this project is. It's going in to take care of the existing assets. And like our other renewal projects, it's also utilizing the opportunity to modernize, so improving accessibility and modernizing some of the components that are in the facility.
So to clarify for the public's benefit, what I'm understanding is the footprint, even though we're changing up, maybe where the pathways are, the footprint of the asset is the same. And so that's like if we had expanded Horlock Park, it would be a different conversation?
Oh, certainly. The use is staying the same. The footprint is generally staying the same. There's modifications that are happening, as you alluded to. There's improvements to the facilities from a energy performance perspective and accessibility perspective, but the use and the footprint are staying relatively the same. If this was a project that was, let's re-envision what Horlock Park will be, certainly, I think the price tag would be very different, but
yeah, of course, yeah.
The approach that we would take would be very different as well.
Yeah, okay, I think that's good clarity for the public as well. If you would agree with that. I see nodding heads, so I'm taking that as an agreement. One of the things I wanted to zone in on page 3 of the report, it talks about, how you have to do the environmental impact assessments early, and then it's kind of up to administration's discretion if they think the change or the impact change from the original EIA is significant enough to bring it back to council. Could somebody kind of walk me through, because what I couldn't really see in this report is what are the do we have any measures of what significant is, or is it completely up to administration's discretion? Well,
I might ask some of our folks from UPD to support in that. So the nature of the regulatory approval process
Yeah.
is through our partners in UPE.
Yeah. Yeah, but the question is definitely directed at.
So I don't know if there's folks that are online that can help with that question.
It's a great question, and I'm wondering if there's somebody from the team who can walk through what that is. But I think you're flagging a good thing for us to consider through the River Valley modernization work to make sure that we firm up those processes to make it very clear about what does come back to council, what significant looks like. I would say we probably do need some clarity there.
Yeah, because that's the piece that when I was reading this report, just really flagged to me that it seemed very fuzzy, right? And I think there's always tensions with fuzzy. But I think the River Valley, we've heard from residents and that came and spoke, and, you know, residents that I've certainly talked to about how important the River Valley is. So maybe fuzzy isn't working in the River Valley context. And I think you're agreeing with that.
I'm not sure that I'm fully agreeing with it. I want to be clear. I think
Okay,
it's something that
that's
we need to look at. I think it's one of those things that the word significant, we will put some definition around it, but there also is a level of trust associated with your administration
Yeah.
that they will bring forward things that are significant. So it's not something that you're going to be able to fully, completely define, is what I wanted to flag.
Yeah, I don't think you can fully define it, but I think tightening it up is what I would be hoping for in the lessons learned from this.
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Thank you. So I actually just have kind of an outstanding question, if you can comment on. You know, we spoke at length yesterday about the Indigenous framework with the update. We've heard Horlack Park come up a few times during the public speaking, and I'm just wondering if you can speak to, or someone from the team can speak to the kind of how was Indigenous framework applied in this project, and yes, actually that's it.
So starting back at the earlier question related to renewal of existing infrastructure, on the basis of renewal of existing infrastructure, sort of the duty to consult that is required through legislation from the provincial government isn't the same. So again, if we were doing an overhaul of a rethink or a reimagine of Horlack Park, there would be a necessary component to do that. By the nature of this work, it isn't the same. However, that isn't a pass for us, so aligning with the Indigenous framework. We were guided by the approach for Indigenous engagement by our Indigenous Relations Office. And then as an ongoing effort to ensure that we're making sure we're maintaining and adhering to the framework that we have, we actually have members from Indigenous communities on site during excavation to help us confirm that, you know, if there's any findings that we pause, we assess and confirm if there's any deviations or next steps that we need to consider. So certainly it isn't to the same degree if it was a reimagine, but guided by our Indigenous Relations Office, we engaged with the Indigenous community where it was fitting for the area, and the engagement continues with the active construction that's underway.
Yeah, that's very helpful to hear, and I feel like, you know, there's maybe different expectations or public understanding of, you know, the requirements as part of renewal versus growth projects, the level of engagement, kind of, you know, the points of, I guess, entry of participation that people can have. But a project like this doesn't also happen in isolation by one department. There's obviously, as you said, there's a lot of touch points with other areas as needed and kind of, you know, on an ongoing basis. I'm glad to hear that there are community members involved, and thank you for that response.
Thanks. And
Yeah.
I think the point about definition of project is something that we can continue to work on as a department to make sure it's clear. This is a renewal project. I mean, we do articulate that, but public may not understand the difference between renewal and growth and the nuances associated with that. So we could continue to improve on that.
Yeah, and I think that exercise will be helpful because, you know, this is going to be the only project that's going to have this kind of, I think, public debate about it at this stage of the project especially. And I think about some of the other ones coming up too, that there might be some impact to vegetations and trees too. And I think some clarity with the public would be really, really critical. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ongoing efforts, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, yeah, just picking up from that as well, it seems like a really important distinction between renewal and growth as well is just sort of what opportunities there are for input, right? I mean, I think there's not much that can be altered about underground utility work, right? Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. The park needs to drain properly. The flows need to flow in the right direction. So I think there is an element of sort of not up for engagement and discussion related to the core infrastructure to support the operations of the park.
Yeah, which I think is a really appropriate way of not creating frustration as well, in terms of creating a sense that there's room for negotiation and this is for all community members, I think, in a range of different projects, but just being really clear about where there are opportunities for input and where there aren't.
Yeah, and where there were those opportunities for input, accessibility improvements, trail improvements, based on the different user groups, festival groups that use the park on a regular basis, the improvements, the modernizations that help them, those are all areas that are up for engagement, and the design and the construction that's underway responds to those points of feedback.
Do you think, I'm just thinking, reflecting on the conversation we had yesterday on the Indigenous framework, do you think, again, we've talked about sort of clarifying the thresholds, clarifying the different opportunities. Do you think there's also that opportunity too, though, to clarify opportunities for information sharing with the elder circle, for example, just increasing that dialogue as part of our processes, I guess?
Yeah, I think as we mature as an organization in that space, absolutely there's an opportunity, and I'll just share a personal anecdote on that. Elder Saddleback, I had a few conversations with her over the years, and personal learnings from her related to what are some of the steps that we could take to celebrate the Indigenous culture. And she went to a point of identifying different plantings that are aligned with different Indigenous cultures, and that has been something that's been cascaded into the department. But that's just a one example of probably many that our folks go through, but certainly as we mature in this space, those opportunities, we'll continue to look at them. And again, not in isolation, to my earlier comment, always guided by our Indigenous Relations Office in terms of the best approach and the best forum and the best groups to engage.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much. I did just want to, the rest of my questions are just sort of relating to some of the comments that were made in public. I think I heard concern around the number of trees that were, at risk. And I just wanted to clarify, at risk does not mean that they are likely subject to removal. They're just happening within, I think it's a 5-meter buffer of construction.
That's correct, and significant measures to take in to ensure that we minimize that risk. Arborists actively beside the construction to ensure that we're adhering to the necessary setbacks and protections.
Great. I also understand that there will be no net loss of trees. Again, that any of the trees that do need to be removed, they will be replaced.
Yeah, the tree compensation policy requires value of trees removed or replaced with the same value.
Great. And then increasing impermeable surfaces. So we talked earlier about the footprint of the asset not significantly changing. Is there an expansion of the parking areas or the hard surfaced areas?
There is, and it's again reflecting the different engagement activities that happen throughout the project. Additional trail systems are being installed, and that's to reflect active transportation improvements, people not walking on the road, rather walking in the right place. and parking is being expanded at the main parking lot in an area that's being disturbed to accommodate the utility repairs.
Gotcha. Okay, and we're taking, in terms of like an LID approach, in terms of some of the water runoff?
For sure. The entire site is actually, this is a great opportunity to improve the quality of, and again, Horilac is not a lake, it's something else. But we're regrading the entire site to ensure that drainage patterns return to, as much as possible, return to the water body in Horilac Lake, where previously, today, we have low-lying areas that prevent the water from actually getting to the location that it should, which is the lake.
Great.
And we are, Councillor, we are also looking at where we can incorporate LID for that storage on site in areas just to help that capacity of storage and through soil volumes and elements like that around the work we're doing on top of what Adam said. So.
Great to hear. Thank you so much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so I'll start. I still have some more questions, but I will put the motion, the recommendation to receive for information on the floor. That's okay?
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few more questions, but one answer to Councillor Stevenson's questions triggered another question for me. When you say the defined value of the trees need to be that are removed need to be replaced with the same value, does that mean like that there is not just like, because I think people also imagine sometimes that the trees that we're replacing with are those tiny little small starter trees that will take, what kind of trees are we replacing with?
I don't know the specifics, the team could help that, but where I was going with that comment is the age of a tree has a different value. So an older tree has a value that is certainly larger than a newer tree that would be planted. So in the case of removal of a more mature tree, that may equate to one or two new trees. And so it's the value assessed of the trees that are removed, and then the compensation is according to that value.
Yeah, so that makes more sense. So it's not necessarily a 1-for-1 ratio. It might be a mature tree lost, and so 3 or 4 trees planted to compensate for that.
Right, and it depends on how the value of the trees are assessed from a value perspective.
From a value perspective, but it's not necessarily a 1-to-1 ratio, which is, I think, also a good thing to clarify. That's correct,
and in fact, the open space additions in this area in terms of plantings, I think it's about, from a tree perspective, it's about 5 times the amount that are being disturbed or removed. So that reflects the value compensation from a surface area perspective.
Okay, great. And then I just want to hone in on the lessons learned sort of bullet points on page 4 of the report. And I know that, it mentions how lessons learned are captured in any major project and incorporated. But I think if you could just, I would actually ask both Ms. McCabe and Mr. Laughlin to do it from your both ends as the regulatory body and the project managers. What will this look like in practice going forward in future projects in this area, in like the River Valley specifically, let's say?
Well, I can start. I mean, a big one for us, and I think part of the reason why we're presenting this information today is managing expectations as it relates to where we're at in a design process and what does it mean from an impact perspective, that there's the clarity that there's ongoing efforts to solidify the exact impact in terms of the project from an environmental perspective. The arborist component, so something that we've been doing in neighborhood renewal and trying to expand it to other areas where there's significant overlay between infrastructure improvements and trees, engaging them earlier in the process. So project meetings, we'll have someone from our city operations groups that's an arborist to be there to make sure that they're part of it. So those are the more tangible, I think, or this is how it will play out with our folks.
And on the regulatory side, one of our lessons learned has been telling the story and the journey of how we got to where we got to. And so I'd emphasize just having more transparency in the process overall, recognizing how much Edmontonians care about the River Valley. So we could have been more proactive with sharing some of the information, and we will definitely work on that for future projects.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have no further questions, but I will speak to it at the appropriate time.
Excellent. Well, I'll do a final call for questions. Not seeing anyone to speak. Not seeing any, so Councillor Rutherford, over to you to close. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And this is, I want to thank administration. This is exactly what I was looking for. I think when I did the motion originally in the beginning of the year, it was with the intent of saying it's okay that sometimes we see these tensions, but when we see these tensions with public, those misalignments between expectation or misunderstanding, it's always good to pause and just think and then have these conversations in public. Because again, I recognize that this is a process that often happens in administration, in these project debrief meetings, but that this allows the public to understand some of those things and to shore up some of those. So it's another mechanism in which we can do it. So that was the intent for me of doing that. So I feel that this very much achieved that goal. I really do hope we take these lessons and move them forward, because I do absolutely see the River Valley as essential, and I feel like the bar on what's deemed essential, what that work looks like, how we communicate that work, how we engage with that work has to be higher for the River Valley. Like that's my perspective. I really truly believe that, and I think Edmontonians expect that of us as well. So I think that's to me the biggest lesson learned, right? We came into this project a little bit later as a council, but I think that for me, I don't think I realized right away in my tenure the significance of this project and how much I could have been doing better to communicate. So I own that myself as well. I do really encourage and take to heart, Ms. McCabe. I know this is your last urban planning committee meeting, but I'm sure Kim is listening to this. Oh, there she is right there. I didn't even see you. That you will look at what, especially in this context of the River Valley, would trigger sort of an early environmental impact assessment where maybe the scope or things have changed to require that significance to come back to council. Again, not in a way of halting projects, but in a way of making sure that we're having these conversations in public and in a space where public can use the democratic process, especially at committee, to come and speak to something that's important to them. So again, thank you very much, and thank you for this discussion. And I know some that are listening are going to be disappointed that this is not stopping the project in any way. And I want to be clear that my intention, and I was very clear to community members that I spoke to from my original motion to now, that this is not meant to stop this project. We made that decision at council. We made that decision at budget. We had a councillor that put a motion on the floor to stop the project. We did not stop the project. I was not interested in re-debating it. And I think what we have to recognize, the culture that we're trying to create as a city, as councillors, as administration, is it's okay sometimes to not get it 100% right, to make mistakes, to say, you know what, we could have done better, and next time we will do better. And that's what I think that this is, to me, a good example of that culture we're trying to create around that. So I know you'll be disappointed that Horlack Park is proceeding as expected. I don't see any way around it. We need to do those deep utility work. We need to make sure that we are making it accessible. I want every single Edmontonian to be able to enjoy this beautiful piece of the River Valley, and right now that's not the case. The bathrooms alone, right? Like, some people can't use a properly functioning bathroom if they have accessibility issues. That's not okay. So I'm very excited for this work to open up a new park, or the same park, but a renewed park. I should have said not new park, a renewed park that will be accessible to many more Edmontonians and for decades to come to enjoy. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you.
None of that.
That's right. We have a very rowdy member in the public gallery who seems like he's going to cross the line. We look forward to having you join us, Councillor Paquette. Next up, we have item 7.1, neighborhood entrance signs on private property. We'll start. I don't know if administration has a presentation or any opening remarks they wish to make.
We can make some opening remarks.
Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I am joined here this morning by Mark Pivovar, Director of Development Services, Subdivision and Development Coordination, and Cheryl Faraday, General Supervisor, Parks and Roads Services. So I'll just pass to Mark to provide some opening remarks.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and additional councillors joining. This report responds to an August 2022 council motion to provide options on a framework for the operational cost responsibilities of developer-built neighborhood entrance features that are located within private property. Administration examined and provided 3 options. Option 1, which maintains the current approach, private property owners, or if applicable, homeowners associations, will continue to maintain the new sign entrance features that are located within private property. Option 2, the city assumes new responsibility or establishes a grant program for all or a portion of maintenance, repair, and replacement costs of private signs and entrance features on private property. Option 3, a developer-contributed maintenance fund is created. This option could only be applicable to new signs and future features and would only require all features to be placed on city lands, which is a new process. These different options come with benefits and challenges and are outlined in the report. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to assume that Councillor Cartmell may have selected this if he, but yeah, we will defer to Councillor Cartmell if you want to start us off with some questions.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you for the report and thank you for the comments. So maybe just by way of summary, we do have situations where we have the land on which some of these neighborhood markers established attached to single resident lots. Is that fair to say? I'm not sure if that's a universal thing, but that is a situation that arises, correct?
Yes, that's a very common occurrence.
And I guess I'm wondering what you might offer in that people that buy those properties, either the original owner or subsequent owners, aren't necessarily aware that attached to their property is the property that this monument sits on, and presumably then an obligation to care for that monument that is attached to owning the land on which it sits. Thoughts around that?
Yeah, that's correct. Sometimes it is a surprise to owners to find out that they own these entrance features. As part of real estate transactions and real property reports do show them falling on their private property. And some developers actually do place, things on title like restrictive covenants that would prohibit, owners from letting it fall into disrepair or removing it or assigning responsibilities to homeowners associations, so they're aware of that too. So some of that is included in some of those transactions, but it's not something the city is specifically involved in enforcing.
Well, we might be involved in enforcing it if it does fall into repair because someone's not aware that it's their responsibility and some other party is injured or hurt. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's correct. If it falls into a state of disrepair that maybe creates safety issues, such as falling onto a road right away or something like that, through the community standards bylaw, we could have that owner repair that through this community standards bylaw. So it would be, we would get involved in that situation.
So it's not unreasonable to, I mean, and this may not necessarily be the situation in all or the circumstances in all situations, but, and I don't want to get too far into the anecdotal, but I'm aware of incidents where people have found out that they have to put in several $1,000s to rebuild the entry when it gets struck by a car and someone comes along and says, by the way, you have an obligation to repair that. You own it. Are you aware of such circumstances? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, that's a fair summary, and I've seen examples like that, yeah.
So, and I guess I'm curious then why you would recommend that we continue with that being, allowing those circumstances to continue, that the recommendation is to essentially continue with the current situation, which puts people really on their back foot when they, when they only become aware of what their obligations are when they have very serious financial obligations that result from some of these instances.
Right, and I think all the options come with opportunities and challenges, and through sort of our matrix of decision, we kind of determined that, the status quo solution does function and work. It provides a little bit less responsibility on the city for operational costs. So there's a lot of challenges that it would create too if we were to take on that infrastructure ourselves.
One other item I'll add, Councillor Cartmel, is in discussions with industry and real estate transactions and looking at opportunities to improve the clarity when those transactions happen so that homeowners are more aware of that responsibility if there is a sign on their property.
Well, I guess and maybe this is just me, but if I became aware that, it's now my financial responsibility because, it's advantageous to the city to not have that financial responsibility. And I'm responsible for any eventualities of this object, I'd be inclined to take it out. Is there anything saying that a homeowner that finds one of these things on their property can't just demolish it and remove it?
Unless there's a restrictive covenant that the developer puts on that but there is no issues with a private citizen removing that and replacing it with, say, a wood screen fence, similar to the fence is probably tying into it from both sides. There's no issue with that from the city perspective. It may create some issues with neighbors and neighboring properties and communities who feel that it's a sense of the community, but it's not an issue with the city.
Okay, well, I guess that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. I can give you lots of anecdotal evidence, and that's why I put this motion forward. So I do appreciate the report. I was hoping that there was going to be a little more, action tied to it rather than just, again, information. But I guess I want clarification on what the current sort of design and construction standards are now for the developers to put in these, as Councillor Cartmel calls them, monuments.
For sure, yeah. From a previous report in 2021, our team really helped kind of design a process. The city doesn't have specific design standards for these as they are private infrastructure, but we do have some processes in place to ensure that names are now matching sort of the community names. We've seen some examples where the names don't necessarily match the names of the communities and use marketing names. We obviously, during the drawing review, involve our teams and operations who are structural experts to provide just high-level best structural practices to ensure they're being built structurally properly. And as part of the construction of these, because they're private infrastructure, we would only do a construction completion certificate at the end, which is a full inspection of what's there and making sure it's built to the standard drawings. But there's no final acceptance as there's no warranty as it does not become a city asset. So we do get involved in drawing review of these and also inspections on site of the infrastructure.
So the decision then is what, done at the permitting stage and final construction? Things get signed off?
Yeah, as part of the servicing agreement and the drawings for, say, the subdivision stage, the developers and their consultants show the entrance feature on the drawings that go through a review process that ultimately get approved by the City of Edmonton as a whole drawing set. And then as construction's happening, there's inspection happening at audit certain aspects of that construction of the entrance feature to the point where we do a construction completion certificate when it's completed, which kind of says it's done, completed, and then that warranty period does not exist because there's no 2-year warranty because it's not city infrastructure.
Okay, yeah, okay. I think that's exactly what you just said. So these entrance signs, what benefit does the homeowner derive from it? Especially like when it's on their property?
So it does usually replace sort of the corner cut fence, so it does create a fence. So it is a barrier. Their fences tie into it from both sides. So if it wasn't there, it would just be a wood screen fence. So it does close off their private amenity space for their backyard.
So it's a benefit to them that they know that everybody driving by can see this nice sign? I'm just, to me, it seems more of a benefit to the developer, especially when you said it doesn't necessarily contain the neighborhood sign or the neighborhood name, but marketing, their own marketing brand.
Yeah, some signs have done that. We put processes in place that involve the naming committee now, so that won't happen anymore moving forward. But we do have some examples in the city that use a different marketing.
I'm thinking of one right in my ward, which is Fountain Lake by Lendorf, and Lendorf is no longer. I mean, they've been taken over by Dream, but yeah. So I don't know what the purpose. I grew up in a neighborhood that didn't have signs. I just don't know why. Why we need to have these, what the benefit is, considering all the financial burdens that it can cause our residents.
And Councillor Wright, that is an option to no longer require or allow entrance signs.
So it's not required,
Not
right?
required, correction,
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
that could be something that we do moving forward, is no longer allow for entrance features or monuments along neighborhoods or along private property.
Okay.
But Councillor Wright, they do offer like a sense of place for community members, and that they're entering the community. They know what the community name is. So it has had some role in the past. What I'm hearing here is if there's a desire to do something different, obviously council can or committee can make that motion for us to look at this differently.
Okay. And sorry, with it, with the covenant registered on title, I mean, my past life, I've written enough mortgages to know that people don't always pay attention when they're signing documents at the solicitors. So with that additional liability on them, are they required to carry additional insurance?
I'm not too aware. Perhaps Jamie can answer some questions about some of the liability required.
I haven't heard of instances where additional insurance is required. I don't believe that's a legal requirement on them. Some may do so out of prudence, but I don't think it's required.
So on a homeowner's policy, you're usually getting the insurance based on the value of the property. So then that sign doesn't add any additional value to the property?
I don't have any evidence one way or the other on that. I would say, if anything, it may be a bit more of a deterrent for some lot purchasers to want to own that lot because of the sign.
Okay.
If anything, it may be a detriment to them.
Okay, so then that would...
Financially.
Okay, so
It may
that would
reduce
bring down the price of the
It may
property.
reduce the value of the lot, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Briquette, happy to defer to you.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Well, at this point, you're probably just wondering, okay, well, what would you like us to do? So one of the questions I have is, of the options, of option 2 and 3, they look pretty good, but is there a way to sort of fold those in together the way that we do with other infrastructure?
Yeah, I guess the main point is we'd have to start placing them on public lands. So they would be on city road right away. They would no longer be private features. And then we could initiate some of the processes we talked about in option 1 and or 2.
Yeah, because, it gets really tricky. I've got a sign in my ward for Cybecker neighborhood. 3/4 of the letters have been ripped off. I don't think that homeowner is ever going to be in a position to be able to replace all those letters. And so it's a little bit odd. For most people, it feels like a no man's land. So if we can turn this into an every person land, that would be really wonderful. So is there a way to do that as far as like a developer agreement? Because I see that we've got like sort of this developer maintenance fund, or city assumes responsibility, but I mean, that's not exactly how we do it for all infrastructure, is it?
There could be opportunities to still place within city road right away and have maintenance agreements done by the developer, but that usually works really well in communities that have homeowners association, that they can assign that maintenance to an overall homeowners association, which could be a larger community as such as this private owner.
Right, so then there's the HOA question as well, yeah. But to Ms. McCabe's point, it really does offer sort of a wayfinding benefit, these signs. So if we got rid of them completely, it would sort of take away that sense of space and place, which we kind of do require. So how much work would it be then to just come back to committee with an option that more closely reflects what we do with other infrastructure when new communities are built, or what we would do with new infrastructure in older communities?
So one of the things that we are doing, Councillor Brickhead, is taking the inventory of all of these signs and what the state and understanding the scope of each of the signs to have a better sense of what we might need to be able to conduct maintenance on signs that are located on private property. Generally, the city doesn't do maintenance on private property, but we can create, that was the idea of the grant program, and option 2 is, working with homeowners to be able to apply for a grant, as an example, to be able to provide that maintenance.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that most homeowners would be like, just take it. Just take this little piece away from me. I don't want to have to be responsible for maintaining that and pass that on through potential home sales.
And there's some complexities with that because those signs are currently located on private property. So to just take it, I guess, in terms of moving it onto public land, I suspect that there would be a lot involved in that.
How much is a lot?
So technically, like, we wouldn't move the feature. We would have to somehow purchase that land accordingly, and whether it's a $1 amount, like, I don't know how we would have to purchase that land to create, and then I guess register it as road right away. So they go through some legal survey and everything. But I don't know, perhaps Jamie could provide some information too.
It does, as they're mentioning, it gets very complicated. It involves a subdivision. You'd have to pull the parcel out, and
right.
You're probably going to spend more in resources per lot than the sign is actually of value, I would guess, by the time you work through that process.
Then back to a sort of some form of grant program.
Yes, if there's, I'll turn it back over to the team there, but if there's funding available that can be put to this, that a person could apply to then use that funding to repair the sign on their property, that's a much cleaner process from the city's perspective, at least.
Okay.
But of course, it requires the funds.
Now, if a sign though continues to get vandalized, does that grant money run out for that particular area? And so at what point do we make this just an ongoing fund for repairs available to homeowners?
And that would be something we'd have to include in our operating budget.
Okay, so I don't know how committee feels, but that sounds pretty good to me. Thanks.
Thanks. Well, that was actually my question, but differently, more in the way that if there are communities that value that signage, could it be subdivided so it becomes the property of the HOA or the community league to be responsible for maintenance?
So we're moving it off private property to create its own piece of land to be owned by the community league or a homeowners association. And I think when it is within a neighborhood that has a homeowners association, the maintenance is assigned to the homeowners association. So I think that's
interesting.
Fairly straightforward in that scenario, but in some of our older communities that don't have a homeowners association, the community leagues are generally not for profit, and there would have to be some logistics there in terms of the community league making a commitment to maintain it.
Yeah, and I think I'm just thinking of remedies to a private property having an obligation to maintain something that is valued by the whole community and not necessarily the private property owner, as Councillor Wright has pointed out. Then just in terms of the inventory that could be developed, will that go into detail in terms of whether there's a caveat on title? Like I think, yeah, so whether there's a caveat on title, whether there's an HOA in the community, like, will we get some of those details just so we know the full breadth of options sort of by sign?
I think once we get the full inventory and the condition rating, we'll be able to do an overlay and assess each site to see where it lies and whether there is an HOA. But once the inventory is gathered, it'll take a bit of time to do that level of analysis to get detail on each site.
Yeah, and I think for me, the real crux is the caveat. So again, if there's no caveat, if there's no positive obligation on the landowner to maintain these, like, again, for me, the option isn't a grant, it's that the homeowner could choose to remove those off their private property. So I think that's the information that I would be more interested in, or I would be interested in as part of that inventory. But I will go to my colleagues now, and I think there may be some motions on this. So Councillor Cartmell.
Yeah, there's two motions that have actually been authored by Councillor Wright, so I'm happy to make those on her behalf. And I believe that there's been conversation with administration in crafting these motions, so I'm happy to present them. Councillor Stevenson, do you want them one at a time, or I guess one at a time?
I think we could do it as a part one, part two, personally. I'll look to clerks.
It would be cleaner to do them separately.
All right, we will do them separately. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Then I'll make the first one, and I think the clerk has the reading for this, and I'll read it into the record, and that is that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that administration establish a developer-contributed maintenance fund applicable to new signs and features as outlined in option 3 of Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01472 and attachments 1 and 2 to that report. Due Q4 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Please feel free to move forward if you had any questions on this, or just general questions as well.
No, I did have a question, and it's since slipped my mind, so I will stop. Thank you.
That's great. You know, I actually have a quick one, and it was back to Councillor Wright's point that sometimes the developer name is placed on a sign. Do our current regulations, I would consider that off-premise advertising, right, in terms of the signage type. So do our current guidelines prohibit that in the future?
Yes, they do. We've updated our process based on the report we did in 2021 to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we involve the naming committee and everything.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I understand we had a submission from, I believe, UDI suggesting that this option could lead to these features not being built in the future. Do we see any significant risk if these signs aren't built in the future?
I think it would be just that identifying feature for communities that have a sign. They have different, elements to them that kind of create some identity for the neighborhood. So it would be that aspect of it that would be missing.
Yeah, but I think that's balanced by the fact that there are many communities in Edmonton that don't have that type of signage. That's correct. I see nods. Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Tang.
I guess first question to the mover, just quickly to clarify the timeline. This one says second quarter 2024. I think you guys said Q4. Just want to clarify.
If I did, I meant to say Q2.
Q2. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted that on the record. And question for administration. I think you did mention that you did receive some feedback from industry as well in the report, and I'm wondering what kind of collated response and feedback have you received from HOAs or leagues or individual homeowners? I think I've heard lots of anecdotes from council colleagues, but have you kind of, in your outreach, heard that kind of feedback?
Not specifically part of the outreach, but through 311 and through councillor inquiries, we do learn a lot of entrance features that are, as we've talked about, hit by vehicles, and we do that research to find out who's responsible, because there are some entrance features that city operations does own and operate. So we do hear about it, with the public, through some of the discussions we have about them falling to disrepair or being vandalized. So we do have that discussion with community members and HOAs at that point.
Do you have that spread across the city, that kind of the 3-on-1 data, for example?
I don't think we have that readily available as they come in. We research it. We sometimes pull real property reports to find out, because they are sometimes historical signs 20 plus years old, and we don't even have drawings for them. So we try to find out who's responsible for them. So we work closely with operations to determine that. But I don't think we have that correlated data as right now.
Yeah, I guess part of me, I was wondering how big this issue is. I have some greenfield neighborhoods, established neighborhoods, but this has never really come up, so I'll be curious for that information for my ward, but also just curious about kind of how big the issue is across the city. So happy to chat offline or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Hi, so I guess to the mover, So we had some discussion as far as moving up the timeline on this to 2023, but you're satisfied that Q2 2024 is soon enough?
Not especially. My understanding was that the dates had been negotiated by others, so I'm.
Okay, I'm just going to
Be the
check in
messenger.
then with Ms. Petrin. What would be the difficulty in setting this up for Q4, let's say 2023?
So for context, we generally see 0 to 3 new signs proposed in our new communities or as we develop. So there's that in terms of, what signs might come over the next number of months while we work on this. This wasn't something that we contemplated in our work plan, so we're trying to account for it through our work plan. We would need to develop some design and construction standards for the signs that would be located on city road right-of-way. Reestablish a process and approach with industry in terms of accounting for that in the design, just making sure that there's, view corridors, et cetera, around corners, and any access we need to be mindful of. And then thirdly, the engagement aspect around developing a developer-contributed maintenance fund. So looking at the logistics around that would be an important part just to be able to have the time to do that.
Okay, I'm just going to double check this. Okay, so this is actually establishing that fund. So it's not going to mean another information report. It's actually setting it up, right?
That's correct. The motion is providing that clarity to advance the work based on the report here today, including or with recognition of the risks and details that we identified in attachment 2, I believe it was.
Okay, and then from that point on, there would no longer be these signs on private, because I think the next motion is as far as getting that inventory and trying to get things up to date. So this will prevent this from continuing on then, right?
That's correct. For us to look at the developer contributed maintenance fund, the sign needs to be on public right of way. So moving forward, that would be how entrance features and signs would be established. We may need to be having further conversations with council around ongoing operating and administrative costs to be able to continue to do this. A developer contributed fund is sort of a one-time contribution. So we'd have to sort of model out what that might look like over time when we would need to be mindful of operating costs to continue maintenance.
Okay. But continuing maintenance right now, I know there's, we still do cut the grass in front of the signs, or if there's a flower bed, that's still maintained. So the only additional cost would be if the letters got ripped off, that would be the only additional maintenance, right?
Yeah, that's correct. If the masonry sometimes falls apart, it just deteriorates from environmental effects, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. On a first round, I'll go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I have a question for administration. Councillor Wright was just talking about, the letters being removed for the signs. If this fund were to pass at council and new design standards were created, would you be considering engraved signs as opposed to signs with lettering that can be removed?
Yeah, as actually part of that 2021 report, that was kind of a development of the process to think about engraved type lettering or even using tamper-proof hardware similar to plaques on benches, just to help prevent and deter theft accordingly. But yes, engraved lettering is also an option to utilize too, and some development entrance signs do have just engraved letters too. So that helps prevent theft of these bronze letters that are very valuable in the market.
So that would be an option for the design standards that would be, I guess, standard that it wouldn't be allowed?
It's definitely something to explore for the standards. That would be part of that discussion and looking into designing that standards of what we'd want to look to and different options for sure.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. That was my only question, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette?
I'm so used to using the other button. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So Q2 2004. Okay, so the question then is current vandalized signs and homeowner responsibility. Again, frankly, a lot of homeowners probably don't even know that that's their job. And so these signs don't sit in a state of disrepair for a year. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of I don't know what the mechanism would be. If we could offer a portal on our website that people could log on to, I could direct them to it. Like, yeah, this is how it works. This is who's responsible. But this is also, if you're the homeowner, put your name in there. We'll put you on a list. And maybe, I don't know, would there be some ability to do a retroactive sort of granting? It's way putting cart before the horse, but we're sort of in this situation where we've got a lot of like unsightly signs all over the city, and it's that broken window effect, and people don't feel good about their community.
Councillor Kepigat, I'm thinking through as the team collects the inventory of all of the existing signs, perhaps we can follow up with a letter, sort of a one-pager saying, there's a sign on your property, here's the responsibility, just as a first point of contact to, provide that clarity and that communication, so we can take that away as something we can action as we're working through the inventory. To be clear, this motion is related to new signs that would be located on private or public property.
Yeah, this motion, yeah.
Okay, so as we complete that inventory, we can share the information and the outcome of that inventory, and that may give council a better sense of the scope and scale of the issue around the condition of signs on private property. Council may at that point choose to establish a program to support those homeowners.
Right, and so if there's a complaint about an icy sidewalk and it's not addressed, what does the city do? Any takers?
Councillor Paquette, I think this is one of these situations where there's a risk in the amount of time that administration spends on this. So yes, we see that there's an issue here. And we've got a pretty involved work plan this year in development services, mainly focused on the zoning bylaw, focused on infill enforcement and making sure that we're keeping builders accountable in infill situations where there is potentially even more danger associated with some of those situations. So this is why we've suggested this time frame. I know I'm not answering your question, but it's
still
just
great information.
It's a matter of balancing the priorities within the organization and the risks associated with the items that we're looking at. So there's 3 of these a year. You've identified a number of issues here, and we will tackle this with the due date of second quarter.
All right, so relief is coming. It will just take time.
And if you have a constituent that reaches out to you in the meantime, by all means pass that on to the team. We'd be happy to help them, but creating a portal or spending any other admin time in the meantime probably would not be the best use of our time.
It's just a little too early.
A little too early, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, have to ask. By the way, just to editorialize for one moment, is that I got to say, what a pleasure to be dealing with an issue that is solely municipally based. It feels so good, I can't even describe it. So, thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Just a quick question for me. The contribution that's calculated, would that include the cost of administering the program?
So we would base it based on the initial value of the construction. So some entrance features are $20,000, some entrance features may be $100,000. So we want to base it on the amount of how much it's going to cost, because that's usually directly proportional to how much it costs to operate and maintain.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to specifically do that. So it won't, there could be discussions with industry to talk about administrative fees, similar to area administrative fees, things like that as part of it, but this maintenance fund would just be specifically for the future maintenance work.
Great. I mean, I think that's something I'd be really interested in ensuring gets explored, just so that it is a cost-neutral impact to the city. I think that overall, value of the signage, but maybe, again, is it a 2% admin fee that gets added on top of that? Great. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any further questions on this. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion?
Oh, I might.
Over to you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So thank you to Councillor Cartmel for bringing the motion forward to urban planning. This has been something that has plagued community leagues for many years, because homeowners or other community members have reached out to the community leagues thinking that it was their responsibility to cover the costs and maintenance of these signs. So I do appreciate that we can, look towards, and knowing that there's really no, I guess, design standards or limitations placed on the developer for either designing or maintaining the signs. I think it's a disservice to the property owners or new homeowners associations that don't have funding available either, to place this burden of financial responsibility on them. I really am looking forward to this fund being set up in Q2 2024, but I think this does also come to council for approval first, so looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, Councillor Cartmel, did you wish to close?
Just very briefly, and thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I guess I just want to speak a little bit to this notion of that this is maybe an old neighborhood versus a new neighborhood thing. I'm not, and I don't want to dive too far into the anecdotes, but I think they're illustrative. I have two neighborhoods, both of which are south of Anthony Henday Drive, significantly south of Anthony Henday Drive. One has an HOA. They're giving their feature back, and more specifically, the land back to the city. So the city will, and I think this is the resolution, I'm not sure, but they're taking out the flower beds and they're going to go back to just basic topsoil and grass at that entrance feature, because the HOA can no longer manage it, and the city is not going to do that level of landscape at a particular spot, all of which is reasonable, but this is the evolution of this particular sign. Across the street, someone's got one in their backyard that they're being faced with maintaining and repairing. And it's not 20 or 30 years old, it's 7 years old. So, there is a question here about effectively passing the buck to people that are completely unaware that they now have the buck. And so I would like to see us diffuse that. This motion talks about going forward. We still need to figure out a solution for those that already exist. So that might be part and parcel of the motion I'm about to make next, but do appreciate this work. And I also would like to say that I do appreciate Ms. McCabe's comments. There's a lot on the plate of UP right now. So, there's certainly a level of reasonable expectation around dates that we need to consider. So happy to see this work done, but also happy to see it come back in a year's time. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. And did you have a subsequent as well, Councillor Cartmel?
I have a second motion that is related. And I do think the clerk has the wording for that as well. And that is that administration provide a memo to council with an update of the public and private entrance features, inventory work being completed, and the associated condition rating of each of the features. And I have that, a due date of that of Q4 2025, which seems like an awfully long way away. So maybe if I can move to my questions, the first would be is if we can advance that due date, notwithstanding the comment I just made 90 seconds ago about a full plate. And secondly, I guess maybe to the question Councillor Stevenson asked about whether that would also speak to caveats and I guess lines of responsibility for each of those features, which could be a substantial amount of work. So leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I'm happy to provide administration an opportunity to respond to that question, just in terms of the timeline.
So I think just from the earlier conversation, we can incorporate some of the comments you made, Councillor Stevenson, around is there a caveat or is it part of an HOA or not? Around the timeline, it was just around the team being able to conduct that work throughout the course of a year. And I'll maybe just look to the team if there's more to add around making that a faster due date.
Yeah, right now we're at about, well, we think by the end of this year, 40 to 50% of the inventory being inspected with the condition ratings in the field. And it is some seasonal work, so it's not optimal to do in the winter with snow cover. We're anticipating having the full inspection done by the end of next year. And like I mentioned before, just some time to do some assessment then on evaluating the owner, the overlays, if there's an HOA in place or a restricted covenant may take some time as well. And then to do some market research on possibly what costs may be for maintenance or renewal for some of those may take some time too. But there's certainly opportunity to estimate based on information we have at any time. It'll just be a lot less accurate.
Okay, so when, yeah, I guess this can be my 5 minutes. I'll just ask some questions now on this motion. So when could that rougher estimate potentially be ready? So again, I'm hearing that you would be done by the end, your survey would be done by the end of 2024. So would sort of a preliminary touch point in sort of the first quarter of 2025 be feasible?
Yeah, we could make that work, and we can highlight where we're estimating as well.
Okay, perfect. So perhaps I'll just offer that as a friendly amendment, that we change that to first quarter of 2025, if that is friendly. Looking good. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wright, over to you for questions on the motion.
Yes, I'm just, let me see. So I just want to, can community leagues help with this? I was trying to actually, I had invited some community leagues to speak and they weren't available, but they did suggest that maybe they could help with the inventory from what they're hearing from their members and non-members. Would that be a possibility to help get this moving faster, provide support to the team?
I think if they have locations, that's great, because as of right now, we don't know necessarily all the locations. We don't have data for some of these private ones. So if they do know of them, they can contact us with locations. We obviously certainly have certain people doing the assessment of the condition that have to kind of look at very specific things. But if they have locations and they want us to remind us, and we can cross-reference it with the work we've already done and see if we even knew about this one existed, because right now we're just, as they're going through, we're driving through the city and they're finding them, they're assessing it accordingly. So location will be very helpful. Yeah.
Okay, and then probably the best way for them to report that is through 311?
Councillor Wright, let us take that one back. That's an interesting idea. Perhaps we can do something to, create a crowdsourced opportunity for people to share feedback or identify where signs are. So we could probably find a way to more robustly gather that, not just using 311. So we'll explore different opportunities and share that.
One that I'm familiar with was one of those Pokemon Go sites or whatever. But maybe that's why it's in such disrepair. Everybody was hanging out there. So maybe we could use that. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have. I know it's quite an undertaking. There's tons of signs. So okay, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I don't see anyone else signed up for questions. Councillor Wright, did you want to, or did anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Wright?
And again, thank you. I know you've got a lot more sort of high-profile things on your plate, but I do appreciate you taking the time to sort of meet the community needs and help them. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmell to close.
I would echo that, and otherwise that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you very much. That concludes item 7.1. I am noticing that we have 11 minutes until the noon hour. Oh, okay. I have a suggestion from Councillor Tang that we recess a bit early and come back to this item fresh at 1:30. Yep, okay, I'm getting thumbs up. We will do that then and look forward to reconvening at 1:30. Thank you.
We are now live.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. We, I believe, have quorum, but I'll just do a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
And Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Thank you. I think we're also joined by our colleague Councillor Wright online.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
And that's everyone. Yes, I think we are anticipating at least one other colleague to be joining us, but we'll get started on item 7.2. Did you have any, you have a presentation. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Neil Osduk. I'm the Director of Land Development. With me today in person is Janice Lee, General Supervisor of Land Development Planning, and virtually we're joined by Bart Jarocki, Branch Manager of Real Estate, and some folks from Urban Planning and Economy. Today we're here to respond to the November 1st, 2022 motion regarding the city's land holdings in Potter Greens. Next slide, please. The Potter Greens Neighborhood Structure Plan was approved in 1990, and the neighborhood was largely developed throughout the 90s and early 2000s. In 2004, the city acquired 17 hectares of land for natural area preservation, transit, and development land, including a transit-oriented development. In 2009, the site was considered for use as an LRT station and a park and ride. At this point, the development of the site was put on hold until a decision could be made around using the land for LRT. In 2018, the LRT and park and ride uses were confirmed to be located in the area that was identified for the transit-oriented development. This resulted in the development lands being reduced to the small 2-hectare RF5 site located in the southwest corner of the larger site. At the November 1st, 2022 City Council public hearing, the adjacent landowner requested a rezoning of their land as well as a plan amendment to reduce the cross-section for the remaining portion of Potter Greens Drive. Through the application and approval process, several key factors were identified. The unbuilt portion of Potter Green Drive was not required for general vehicle access from a traffic perspective, but is something that members of the community would like to see completed. At a minimum, an active mode connection and emergency access are required through that alignment and could be accommodated by a shared use path. Lastly, the development lands owned by the city are heavily treed, which is also something the residents value. At the same meeting, the motion on the screen was passed, directing administration to return with a report outlining the city's timelines and development intentions with respect to the lands. Next slide, please. This is the slide. Sorry, you're ahead of me. The 17-hectare area that the city acquired in 2004 is outlined in a yellow dashed line on the slide. Within that area, the dark green portion is to be retained as a natural area and is heavily treed. The blue area is the transit station and park and ride. The dark purple area is the future LRT, and the red area is the remaining development lands currently zoned RF5. The area shaded in yellow is privately owned development land, and the light green area is a future school site. The development lands owned by the city and the adjacent private landowner are the only remaining undeveloped residential lands in Potter Greens. The only remaining portion of Potter Greens Drive to be constructed is identified by the dashed white lines passing through the city's development land and the adjacent private developers' lands. Over the course of the city's ownership of the lands, several other factors have impacted the site's development beyond just consideration of the LRT uses. This includes the site being heavily treed, poor soils conditions, which are composed of peat moss with a high water table that are extremely costly for development, development costs exceeding anticipated revenue, and it was unclear if Land Enterprise retained earnings would be able to absorb the relatively high cost of developing the site due to many of the profiles being held in abeyance during the previous cycle. While the development area is heavily treed, it has not been identified to be retained for municipal use, largely due to the amount of existing open space in the neighborhood as well as the location and cost of Potter Greens Drive. Due to all of these circumstances, the site has not been identified to be retained, but has also not been prioritized for redevelopment. These issues continue to impact the site's potential redevelopment and retention. Next slide, please. Administration used this information as well as the results of a recently completed servicing study to evaluate the potential development scenarios. The scenarios are based on the following assumptions: the completion of Potter Greens Drive and the development of the area in alignment with the Potter Greens neighborhood structure plan is a priority for both council and the community. In alignment with the city plan and the city's goal for expanding the tree canopy, there's also an interest in potentially retaining the site for municipal use in order to preserve the trees. Due to the large number of high priority and expensive projects currently being developed by the city's land enterprise program, including Heritage Valley Town Center, Exhibition Lands, Goodridge, and the Coliseum demolition, the program is unable to prioritize funding this development in the short term. Taking into consideration all the constraints and assumptions, administration is proposing 3 development scenarios that can be progressed in sequence. The specific sequence is based on the assumption that the road construction is a higher priority than tree retention on the site. If committee would like to prioritize the retention of the trees, the order of scenarios 1 and 2 can be swapped. Scenario 1 involves selling the site, selling the site as is. If sold, the purchaser would be responsible for the development of the lands and the roadway. This would result in the road being completed, but without any cost to the city. The site would be listed for sale for 1 year, and if no serious offers were received, administration would proceed with Scenario 2. Scenario 2 involves going to council at a future public hearing with a plan amendment and associated rezoning to retain the tree stand. For this scenario to be viable, the roadway needs to be replaced with a shared use pathway that can serve both as an active mode connection and an emergency access. The shared use path would not be accessible to public traffic. If the plan amendment fails, administration would proceed with Scenario 3. Scenario 3 would see the site return to land enterprise for future development. The trees on the site would not be retained in the long term, and development timelines under this scenario are uncertain. As previously noted, land enterprise is undertaking multiple projects and which are going to use a large portion of retained earnings. Once revenue is flowing back into the program, this project may be able to be prioritized. However, development would not occur during this budget cycle. Next slide, please. Each scenario presented has its own host of advantages and disadvantages. With Scenario 1 and 3, Potter Greens Drive would be potentially constructed and the development lands would be converted into housing. This generates tax revenue and provides transit-oriented residential development. The main differences between Scenarios 1 and 3 relate to timing and who incurs the cost of development. In Scenario 1, development could potentially occur quickly, provided we can find a buyer. Scenario 3 has uncertain timelines, but would eventually result in development. Scenario 2 prioritizes the tree stand over the roadway connectivity and residential development. An active mode connection and emergency access would still be provided, but there would be no through traffic for cars and the neighborhood would continue to function in its current state. Next slide. Thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. I'll ask my colleagues to sign up and happy to go first to Andrew Knack, seeing no one else on the board. Councillor Knack, over to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks for the report. I have a few remaining questions here. So first, I heard you mention it, but it cut out for me briefly. You talked about something about order being swapped, and I missed what that had referred to. I think it was a few minutes ago.
Sorry, that was the order of Scenario 1 and 2. So right
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess to that question, that's sort of the big question before us is that, you know, we've received an email from the Community League president who did do their review on this, and you know, understandably, I think in the message they would be perfectly fine with going right to option 2, as I think most of the community would. At the same time, I understand from the city perspective why we might want to consider option 1 first, and assuming it's developed as per the original neighborhood structure plan. So I guess this is the main question I'd have to ask related to option 1, which is that if we were to go down that path and put it up for sale for a year, can there be, or would there be planned to be, any guarantees that if it were to sell within that year, that something would actually happen within, 3 years, essentially a sunset clause that says you have to do this, or if not, we're going to option 2.
Yep, with all of our sales agreements, there's a condition in there for development timelines to be completed within, I think, a year or 2.
Okay. So there would be an option, or rather that sounds like that's a requirement that you already build in, that if we went with option 1, as you've recommended, and somebody chooses to buy it at day 364, part of that land agreement would state, or sale agreement would state, you must develop this within 1 or 2 years. And if not, what happens after that? What's the if not?
I can speak to this one. Sorry, Neil, I can't see where you're at right now, but so just to reiterate that, in any sale that we move forward with, especially for redevelopment parcels, the main thing that we do is we would put in a condition for the commencement of construction. Usually that is within a year or so of a sale closing. In this situation, we would anticipate that would probably take at least a year and a half before the lands would actually transfer. And so then there'd be an additional year after that, at which point in time development would need to start. And if development does not start, we would have a buyback option where the city would be able to take that land back. And so there's a mechanism in place to make sure that we would get it back and it doesn't stay within the buyer's hands, for instance.
That's really helpful. That's great information. The other question to that then is, and I know it's within any landowner's right to apply for a rezoning, but I think part of that is, we've already increased the zoning on the neighboring parcel as per the previous public hearing. And I imagine with a requirement of only a year to start developing, they really wouldn't likely have a chance to try to rezone it. I mean, they potentially could in a timeline like that if they're going to a standard zoning, I'm guessing, but more likely it would be pretty much an expectation that if they bought it, they're going to have to develop at the RF5, and if not, that's when it's going to get turned back over.
I would suggest that we would be open to different offers. And so if there's a proponent that's coming in and would suggest us a rezoning condition, we would be open to listening to that. And that might be a condition of the sale as well, which means it would further extend the time at which development could actually proceed. Okay. But then that would ultimately still be subject to council to review in a public hearing along those lines, if that's what was desired by a proponent.
Do we have, because I think the question that would arise or the feedback would arise, and we did get it in the message from the community league president, was, I think there's a little bit of less excitement about a higher level of zoning based off the previous increase we've already done, and likely what I would expect on the other privately held parcel of land, which I think could justifiably support higher density, being its proximity to the locations. So if you were to go down a sell as is path and somebody wanted to do that condition based off zoning, what are there conditions that we would put in terms of how they would engage the community, or what, because again, standard zoning, you don't necessarily have to do a proper engagement, but this is a parcel of land that's been vacant for 30 years now, and there's looking to be some certainty, and I'm out of time, so I'll have to answer that after in my second round.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
I'm happy to hear the answer to that, because I kind of noted the certainty element with a different scenario. So
I'll speak to this one as well. So when it comes to sale agreements, typically we have in the past used conditions that require additional community engagement. I'll just be perfectly clear that sometimes those are a little bit weak in the sense that we require someone to go and speak to community. We do rely on the public hearing process to make sure that any developers who are looking to buy land and rezone land actually go through the proper engagement through the rezoning application process. So that's a critical part for us.
Okay, thank you. Honestly, I think for this one, I was going to defer to the ward councillor for a lot of the questions. I had just a very small question.
about tree canopy. Do you have a sense of like how much we will lose in scenario 1 versus scenario 3? In scenario 3, I kind of feel like it's well, potentially all of it, right?
In scenario 3, yeah, we'd probably lose more of the on-site trees because we'd be preparing that site for an unknown use, essentially. We might try and keep something in the border, but generally speaking, we would be looking to remove and replace all that unsuitable material on site. With scenario 1, there's a higher chance that somebody will come in and try and minimize that earthworks cost, so maybe only excavating out where their basements would be. They could find some cost savings by doing that, but also by doing that, they could end up with a lot more tree retention, and those trees would probably be considered an asset if they could be located in the right spot. So I would assume with scenario 1, you might end up with more tree retention on site.
Okay, interesting. I feel like we talk about trees a lot, so I thought I asked that. And then my only other point I just wanted to mention is that I know this is the first one that has the environment and climate review section, and I'll just say I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing more of it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I think the report was really well laid out. I think the proposed way forward makes a lot of sense. But where I pause is actually around whether RF5 is enough density, is the highest and best use of that land given the proximity to the LRT site. So just wondering if we have the current residential density within 400 meters of the new LRT station.
Yeah, currently there are 34 single-family units that exist, or single-family lots, sorry, but there is planned to be an additional 2,026 total units added through medium, high-density, and mixed-use residential within the 400 meters.
Oh, and what parcels of land is that happening on?
Primarily that 50 acres, or 50 hectares, sorry, to the north of Weber Greens Drive. That's supposed to be a mixed-use, transit-oriented development site. And then our medium-density site is also included in that. The RA7 site, that was just rezoned, as well as an RA8 site to the north.
Okay, and has there been any consideration given to, before putting it on the market, for the city to proactively rezone that to RA8?
We did look at it. Financially, not a whole lot of impact there. And population-wise, you'd probably get more units, but the number of people living in the units would be fewer than if they were in the RF5 site from a family perspective.
Right.
So there'd be slightly more people there, but not a large amount. The other issue is, well, not issue, but the other consideration was that higher density product is already being made available next door with the new redevelopment. So by having this be a RF5 site, it's providing more types of diversity for home ownership in the area.
That is a very compelling case for more housing diversity. I appreciate that thoughtful approach to it. But the sales agreement would still be open to a rezoning if there was a purchaser who had a different vision and wanted.
Yeah, I think if somebody was willing to come in and acquire this parcel and develop it, we'd probably be willing to work with them to make that happen.
Great. And just to clarify too, is there an open space deficiency at all in the neighborhood? Are they currently well provisioned with green space?
No, there's no deficiency. So okay. I think right now it is at 12 hectares per 1,000 residents, and I think in UPMB the target's 2.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they're well served with open space in the area.
Okay. And then, apologies if I missed this, do any of the scenarios bear on the construction of the road or not? I can't recall where we ended up landing at public hearing.
So the road currently is identified in the NSP. So it would be required to be constructed if development proceeded. So scenarios 1 and 3 would both include construction of the road. The difference lies in who's building it. So scenario 3, we would construct it at some point down the future. Scenario 1, if we could find a purchaser, they would build it in the short term. Scenario 2, if we get to that scenario, when we came back for a plan amendment, we would be looking to remove the road from the NSP and replace it with something that could serve as an active boat connection and an emergency access.
Okay. And again, would you be open to an offer to purchase that included an NSP amendment to remove the road requirement?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Great, those are all the questions I had. I'll go to Councillor Wright for her first round.
Hi, thank you. I just, my questions were in regards to the future road right of way, and whether or not, whether it's there or not, would the availability for a multi-use path be included?
Yeah, so if the road is constructed, the cross-section that's already approved includes it's a narrower road, but it has a shared use path on one side of it, so that connection is there already.
Okay.
And then if the road got removed, that pathway connection would remain.
Okay, and then I think you also clarified as far as the housing, the density that's there, that's, you said, I think was within the NSP targets?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack?
Thank you again, Councillor Stevenson. Just wanted to ask a few questions. The open space calculation, does that include the golf course? Because it's technically somewhat accessible by the public at times, but not necessarily.
It doesn't include the golf course. That just includes the school community park area, the natural area, and a pocket park.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to double check. I was thinking that, but just good to confirm. So I think the other main question I can think about, because I think if the main feedback I think I'm taking away from the community members is they'd like some certainty. And appreciate that option one doesn't necessarily give us complete certainty yet, because there could still be some work done. It's more around the timeline that could take. And so maybe another question is, I know with the other parcel that was rezoned, to get it to a stage where development could occur, there was and I'm not an expert in development, but I understand and rode by it many times, a giant dirt pile that sat on that land for, I think, literally years, in order to make it, to compact the soil enough so that it could be built on, because that particular part of the West End is some of the worst swampland, I think, in the entire city. So realistically, because that hasn't happened on the parcel that we own, could somebody actually build within a year, recognizing the soil conditions?
So, yeah, that site next door, anecdotally, I've heard that they spent years collecting end dumps and just leftover material from other sites to kind of remove and replace that site over, I heard, 20 years.
Yep.
So you're not wrong about how long that pile has been there. For this site, the timeline obviously wouldn't work for something like that. But yeah, it would be a significant earthworks program. But the idea is that they start construction within that time period, not necessarily that they have to wrap it up. So
okay,
they would start and they would have to remove and replace a significant amount of material. But yeah, it could be done.
Okay, that's I get that point that you've raised. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. That's good knowledge there. So yeah, and then I think so. Then the remaining question is, okay, if we can continue with option one, they start construction. We would have some level of certainty. Again, without any type of rezoning, they could build RF5, easily get their permits. We would require the roadway tentatively still right now. That is what the NSP has said based off the most recent public hearing. Would they have the ability, because the NSP does, I think, require a road, to essentially ask for a variant for that?
You mean to get rid of the road?
Yeah, or would that have to be a rezoning at this stage, even if it was just to change up that design of the roadway?
There would most likely have to be a plan amendment just to change up the roadway. A rezoning would only be required if they were to rezone the site from RF5 to something higher density.
Yeah, yeah, and that's so I see. You could do an RF5 and start that work, and you could separately still do a plan amendment if that was a path somebody wanted to go down. Okay. All right. So I think if I'm hearing everything correctly, we would essentially, after today's meeting, this is received and you go forward with the current course of action. You'll go put it on the market for a year. You'll have conditions on that make it clear when construction needs to begin. that year would be, you know, essentially when we put it on the market, would you know, within a month or two or a couple months, or?
I would have to double check, but I think we could probably have something in a Discord during the summer.
Okay. Yeah. And again, sorry to be picky. I just the community has, this land has sat vacant for 30 years. And I mean, the first homes in Potter Greens were built 30 years ago. And so there's just a bit of uncertainty that's been hanging over the heads of everyone there. And they'd like to know more. And so I just wanted to be clear on our expectations of timelines. So if we put it out on the summer, that gives them a full year. You have very clear rules in that place. And then at day 365, if we don't have any buyers, you would immediately initiate the rezoning under option 2. Unless given different direction, that is the path you will go, correct?
Yeah, at the end of the year, we would start the process for a plan amendment application.
Okay. I think those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I really like option 1 and I really like option 3. I get the ideal with option 2, but even looking in that comparison chart, you know, it doesn't get us really good. And I think about, you know, the need for transit-orientated design. I'm worried about that like if we accept this for information today, that there's that automatic switch to option 2. Could we delete option 2? Like, I'm asking it, like, is that an option? Like, I know we wouldn't get to option 3 until next funding cycle, but like, why only 1 year putting it on sale?
The site is, we've had it for a long time and haven't had a lot of interest. The challenges are pretty known, so we would put it out there and see what we get, but frankly, we don't expect to get a lot. Council can, of course, direct us to delete option 2, and we would just go straight to option 3. The idea behind the sequence was it allows for those check-ins to make sure that this is the path we want to go through. So option 1 allows us to move it quickly, and then it's kind of just a double check that do we want to retain the trees or do we want to keep moving ahead with development?
But the truth of the matter is, if we can't sell it as is because of the site issues, even if we develop it, it's probably still going to be not as appealing as other sites. Is that correct, or is my understanding correct?
No, that's not correct. So when we go ahead with developing it, it'll involve removing and replacing all that unsuitable material. The material on site is really the development challenge. So when we do that work, we'll remove that, and then it'll end up being, you know, it'll probably be very attractive then. It'll be close to transit. It'll be in an existing neighborhood. Next to a natural area. There's a lot of amenities that would make it saleable. Yeah. It's just getting over the hurdle of.
Because I really like, I guess, what are your thoughts on, you know, as we're thinking about the city plan, as we're thinking about, you know, transit-orientated design, do we have enough of it being built? Like, kind of similar to Councillor Stevenson's, but I think a little bit, you know, she was saying RF5, but option scenario 2 isn't he? Right? Like,
I think,
like what are your thoughts on option 2? Is it a viable one? Will there be enough other transit-orientated stuff around there?
I mean, there will be a lot of other development in the area north of it. Eventually, timing for that is very uncertain. I think this is just kind of a matter of competing city plan priorities versus, you know, the density and transit-oriented development and the tree canopy piece.
So do we have a sense of what the green space ratio is like in that area? You know how, like, in other conversations, like we recently had one with Inglewood, we talked about, like, per what is projected to be up the population and how many hectares of, like, park spaces in that area?
So currently, yeah, there's 12 hectares of open space per 1,000 residents. So plenty of open space in the neighborhood.
Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not opposed to progressing this way. I do, but I'll just speak to it in my last minute if that's okay. I'm not opposed to it.
Well, maybe I'll ask a round of questions because I
Sure.
think it will inform your comments that you might make.
Okay, perfect.
So, to Councillor Rutherford's question, the decision point for council about whether we go to 2 or 3 would come at public hearing. So they would have to come forward after scenario 1, if that time lapsed, they would have to come forward with a rezoning and a plan amendment, and that would be the opportunity for us to say, no, we want to see it developed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. But yeah, that would be the check-in with council, is come back for the plan amendment, and then if it's approved, that's how we go. If it's not approved, go to the next step.
You'd start to develop. And so I think that will give us a good opportunity, because we may, again, that will be a year and a half from now, we would have a greater sense of clarity around other development in the area or enterprise land retained earnings, just, some of those other pieces. So I have asked that question. I will now, I'll put the motion on the floor that the Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01568 be received for information, and that attachment 2 of the June 1st, 2023 Financial and Corporate Service Report FCS 01568 remain private pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic interests of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And now happy to hear from any colleagues who would like to speak to it. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford first, and then to you, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, I think thank you for explaining that to me in layperson's terms for the non-planner in the room. I think that check-in point is absolutely fine. I would have supported it regardless of that check-in point because I didn't have enough reason to passionately oppose it. But I think that's a fine approach. I do really challenge us. If there is a time when this does come back to public hearing, I think that will be a more rich conversation because transit-orientated design, we're investing so much in our LRTs, and part of that success lies on getting more riders, and more riders rely on more people living around LRTs. So I just, my preference is absolutely for option 1 or option 3, but I'm comfortable with where we are today and the path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So I'm comfortable with moving forward as recommended. I would be less comfortable eliminating option 2, which I know has not been moved. And I only share that because I think not only are there numerous parcels around the LRT station that can be developed in higher density. I would also hope that, this will be a long ways in the future, and I don't want anyone to be freaked out by the comment of saying sooner or later that parking lot that will house 900 plus cars, that might be a great mixed use site as well for development in a world where maybe we are less car dependent. We are not there west of the Henday as we are in the case of many areas outside the Henday, and so park and ride makes sense today. But I actually could see a lot of value in this site maybe serving as a standalone park space, maybe an off-leash dog park, because there's huge demand in the West End. We've got some pop-up parks that are filling in the gaps, but this could actually be maybe a great site for future high density surrounding the LRT station. So I don't want to see that option off the table. And I know the community in particular is not eager to see that option removed at this stage. I know the president of the Lewis Estates Community League is listening via the YouTube feed, so he's about a minute and a half behind as we're going. But just to make it very clear, this does, I think, provide much greater certainty. We have a year to put this on the market to find a buyer. If that doesn't work, this would then immediately proceed to a public hearing, and then we would have that appropriate debate that's around what the appropriate land use is. But there's not a separate, urban planning committee meeting that would happen between when the sale happened and a public hearing. This would be just the order of operations. So I think for community members who are following along with this debate, they can feel confident that this would either sell within a year, or we would then go to option 2 without needing to make a motion for option 2 to proceed. So I just want them to know that that's how it's I'm comfortable with that. And again, I am comfortable with option 1 because I think there was a neighborhood structure plan that has been in place now for a little over 30 years, I think. And I'm not uncomfortable with developing based off the plan. I'm not sure it's going to be viable based off the soil conditions and a whole variety of other factors. Nevertheless, it's better to take that step and see how that might advance. Because in my conversations with many of the residents nearby, that the biggest thing they want again is just certainty. Again, the community has, this is, I think, one of the first of the suburban communities developed in the city of Edmonton. And it is now 30 years old. July 1st, they'll have a big festival, by the way, for anyone who wants to join. But they just want to know what's going to happen with that roadway that they've been waiting on. And some don't want it, some do, but let's just give clear timelines. And let's not let this land sit around for another 10 or 15 years, because that is unfair to everyone involved in this process. And I think even at this point, having waited 30 years is unfair already. I'd like to make sure that they know that there will be a way forward and a clear path forward. So comfortable with the recommendation as being put forward, and look forward to following along over the next year and a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll just close by briefly saying thank you for the great report. I think you've set out a really great way forward. I also, similar to my colleague, Councillor Rutherford, am inclined towards option 1 or 3, but really appreciate we'll be able to have that robust conversation if and when we get to step 2. So thank you so much, and I will now ask everyone to vote, please. Oh yeah.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. That was our last item on the agenda. Do we have any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.